What on earth am I seeing on your cabbage, Steven?
On my cabbage?
Or your little Fugi guy?
Oh, who do you think that is?
Oh shit, hang on. It's not something from like the live action movie, is it?
No, it's John Denver.
Fuck me. I'm so stupid. God, it's been a long day.
I was like, I can't just get something from the movie.
I'm waiting for both you and Andrew to show up with John Denver faces.
You know what? I wouldn't have it any other way.
God, I'm like, this guy looks familiar, but I don't want to say like Jeffrey Dahmer.
He does got a Jeffrey Dahmer sort of look to him. Yeah. I'll be honest, when I like searched him up, I'm like, oh yeah, that's what John Denver looks like.
Yeah.
Never remember.
Jesus Christ. There he is. Except he might be muted. I don't know. His mic's not working.
No, I'm not working?
Now it's back.
You're here.
Oh.
Maybe announce yourself next time, asshole.
Hold on. It looks like Discord is not detecting an input from your mic. Wait, hold on. Is it?
It is.
No.
Wait, say something again.
Normal? Is it my normal mic or is it using crappy mic?
No, it's not. It sounds pretty normal.
Okay.
Maybe it's just your voice.
Yeah,
it's just my crappy voice. It's just a dumb voice.
Get a different one.
See, I was trying to figure out who that old woman was.
Right, same.
But then I was like, wait, John Denver, baby.
Who's that old woman?
Who's that old woman?
Because I was trying to remember, like, because Steven, you were Grandma Death last time. Like, that's not Grandma Death. This is some other old looking person, and it was not John Denver.
In fact, it was John Denver the whole time.
It was John Denver the whole time, baby.
Back then.
How much do you think he got paid for this movie?
Well, they used the cover of that song.
They used the Olivia Newton-John
cover.
Which threw me off at the beginning.
I was gonna say, because I had the same thing when I first watched this movie. I'm like, I'm watching in Japanese, right? Like I'm checking the language.
Yeah. Because I first loaded up the English version.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh wait, there's no Japanese audio options. What the fuck? So then I had to go back and find the Japanese audio one, and then it was the same. It was the same English version.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had no idea that the Japanese version was so difficult to locate.
Well, it's just on HBO on Max. They just put it as a separate movie instead of normally. It's like you can change the audio options within one of them.
That's weird. This one,
it was like you had to literally search Japanese
I should have
Japanese audio.
I should have just told y'all off rip that it was on JFlix, but I kind of assumed based on like the latest conversations in line chat, I was like, it probably doesn't work anyway.
Well, I haven't been on JFlix in a long time because it didn't work the last time I used it.
I need to change a lot of ports and shit now because the thing that I was using doesn't work anymore.
Fair.
I went there looking for Death Note and it wasn't there, and I just
it's not there. Oh shit! Well, request it. That's all you gotta do. No I haven't updated the library in so long. Shit. I mean, Jerry's still, I think, on like episode 3 of Severance season 2. I still need to up those.
Jerry.
Oh, speaking of which, bad news about Jerry. He called me last night and said that. Okay, so get this. His mom's 70th birthday, which is a big deal in Asian culture. It's like a whole thing. Is next Friday.
Oh.
But his family booked a hotel and they're celebrating this weekend, so he's not going to be here this weekend.
Jerry.
However, he will be here next weekend, the weekend of his mother's birthday.
Wait.
So.
That's confusing.
How is this kid making that
Asian celebrations work? You celebrate the week before and then the actual.
I don't know, but apparently, like, he threw me a curveball because I got a missed call online from Jerry. I'm like, oh
man.
something must be going
okay?
on. And for some reason, he decided to specifically call me to tell me that he won't be able to make it this weekend to stream.
What a sweetie.
Yeah. And he said, I felt so bad because I know it's like your movie that you wanted to talk about. Like, dude, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, Jerry.
You're fine, man.
Jerry, it's not a big deal. It's not that good of a movie. It's okay.
You should feel a little bad, though.
Oh, you got an Ask Media Server 2? Dope. Start making mine this month. Yeah, I've had mine for over a year now at this point.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Basically, it's a little... I don't know what you get restricted by making it like a NAS server, specific, like formatting it as a NAS server, but we also used it for like setting up our private Minecraft server and stuff. It was hosted on my machine, so it was a 24-hour server that anyone could log into and sabotage our world and steal our diamonds.
Oh my
No one
goodness.
did that, though.
No one did that though.
Those were the days.
I'm just gonna boot up Minecraft tonight. Just
Oh, it's not running right now. It hasn't been running for a while. That's all. That's also what Rover Under was running on during the award ceremony for a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because otherwise, I'd have to just like leave it running on my desktop like 24/7. But yeah, NAS servers under. Oh shit! Is this a? This isn't a twist off. I need a fucking bottle opener. I'll be right back. Son of a bitch.
What a goober.
This ain't no twist off.
While we're still running slow? No, we're getting right into it.
Who said we're running slow?
Watch Naked Gun.
I saw this in the grocery store.
Who?
I saw this in the grocery store today, and I was feeling nostalgic. This is literally the first beer that I ever drank that I enjoyed of my life.
The first beer.
The first one.
The
Sam Adams?
A Sam Adams Porch Rocker, specifically.
His beerginity.
Yeah. I was living with a bunch of grad schoolers, so they weren't going for like the cheap Budweisers, the Bud Lights and shit. All right, I was actually like thinking that you and Steven coordinated without talking to each other to both be John Denver, but I appreciate the choice there, Andrew. We were talking about Miyazaki for like 2 hours yesterday.
Whoa. On your stream?
Yeah. Dude, I think I need to show y'all a video of him real quick.
Oh no.
We were talking about how he's generally like a really cutthroat kind of dude, despite making some of like the most like whimsical movies.
Wholesome, like fantastical.
He walked out on his son's like movie premiere in the middle of it and said he's not a man yet, so he's just not ready. Yeah. But what you need to see, and Andrew, you need to get on Parsec for this, is when members of his team tried to pitch to him the idea of using AI to animate their movies.
I read an article about how he felt, but I would love to see him talk about it.
Oh man.
The snippet I found in the article gave me hope that there are still artists that feel so strongly.
He's like, of all, and I said this on stream too, of all of the people in the fucking world that you would try to pitch this to, this is the last guy who would be receptive to it. The last one.
He's like, you're gonna have to set another bomb off.
Oh my god, yeah, you can see Miyazaki consuming their souls in real time. You need to pay attention to like the faces that his coworkers make. Oh my god, I was cracking up.
You would have to know that as the person pitching it.
You have to.
Or anything like that. This is they actually want to do this.
Oh, trust me.
To Miyazaki himself.
To Miyazaki, the one person, the literal one person who would not be down for this.
Right.
All right, hang on. I gotta move y'all's heads just a little bit for this.
We need to read those things.
Let me just move the boys real quick. I'll bring you back in a sec.
A little bit more snuggled in my sleeping bag.
Yeah. Get cuddled up, because this is about to be hilarious. All right. Wait, hang on. Let me make sure that it's playing through the right audio. It is. Okay. I don't know why they have this, I think this is a mascot saying this, but that's the last you'll hear of it. Wow, cool.
Really something. Why are they using these grotesque models?
The movement's so creepy. It can be applied to zombie video games. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. Cool. Isn't that impressive?
My mind is blown.
So cool. We can't even imagine it as humans. We have
What?
no imagination.
What is he supposed to be thinking?
Oh gosh.
Like, this is what you've been spending your time on? Idiots?
Oh no, it gets more brutal than that, man.
Uh-oh, it's personal.
そのハイタッチするんだけど大変なんです。彼の筋肉がこわばってる手と僕の手でこうハイタッチする。でその彼のことを思い出してね、僕はこれ面白いと思って見ることできないんですよ。
Oh
これを
man.
作る人たちは痛みとかそういうものについてね、何も考えないでやってるでしょ。冷めてくるかですよね。そんなに気持ち悪いものをやってるなら勝手にやってればいいだけで、僕はこれを自分たちの仕事をつなげたいとは全然思いません。
How would you ever?
生命に対する侮辱を。
Look at them! Fucking look at them! Yes, we're bringing this back up, Gorley, because the Ruds hadn't seen it.
Months
Big
on this
mistake.
AI presentation. Although it just says deep learning.
Deep learning.
Whiteboard in the back.
It feels fake. Is it? It
There's
feels
no way
fake.
this is real.
No,
This
man,
little goober in the middle just be like, oh,
I know. Oh.
fuck.
And the guy just nodding like,
Yeah,
oh.
it's like,
Well, how do I?
It's just our experiment, you know.
It was just you know.
We don't mean to do anything showing this to the world. Yep. Then this guy, they panned to this guy who I didn't even know was at the table. The Studio Ghibli producer. So what is your goal? So why'd you do this?
what would you use resources for?
Even worse.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Oh, would you?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, dude. Fuck.
Oh, he's.
Oh my god.
Oh, this poor man.
Dude.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, expected reaction from that man specifically. What did you expect?
Spending
Like,
a career.
seriously.
He already doesn't like 3D animation, let alone.
He barely likes most animators.
AI at this.
Yeah. And how do you like on his team think this is a good idea to pitch this to him? That we could probably help like.
Well, Jared, he's just an old man. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Get with the times. So chuggy,
Yep.
am I right?
So chuggy. Yeah, now that I think about it, Miyazaki is such a chuggy fuck.
He doesn't know anything about the future of technology.
Yeah, those
computers, asshole. Ever heard
those
of them?
AI guys should have been like, "Hey, Miyazaki, Saibao, we've been working on this." listen, old man. Listen, Unc, Saibao.
We know what works these days. We want to take the burden of creativity off of our hands and put it to this little crawling zombie that moves with its head. Things that humans couldn't even imagine.
I could never.
Look at how cool this is. Look at how grotesque it is. You think you could use that?
So bad.
Mr. Miyazaki, do you think you could use this?
I think we're dying as a species.
I bet.
But think about how much easier it would be to make movies if we just had the computer do it for us.
Wait,
it would be way easier and worse.
Right. But
the question is, would the general audience care? You know.
Oh well, I'm fairly certain you could make AI Ghibli movies, and all the people who slurp
well, there's already that whole
debacle
debacle of like the AI. There, I think, what is it, Grok or something, is like advertising that it has like you can make Ghibli art style.
Fuck off.
Oh, and also, oh my god, hang on. The fucking, oh my god. The fucking White House decided to get in on the trend, on the Studio Ghibli trend.
You know that something's cool when the White House is doing it.
Brace yourself.
Government.
Brace yourself. You're not ready.
Oh no, I'm scared.
What is this?
This is an immigrant being deported, Ghibli style.
Is that
the
Ghibli
White House
style?
made this?
That's like
Yes.
That's like
the
Japanese
White House.
Family Guy looking style.
Yeah, why?
That is not
That's
Ghibli
not
style.
Ghibli style.
It's garbage.
It
That's
does have, like,
AI,
Family Guy.
but it's got the eyes and the color palette and it's
It
Ghibli.
barely has the
Also,
eyes.
He's fat.
And not in like a Ghibli way, in like a jiggly
Like
way.
a jiggly way, yeah. Like
Studio Jiggly.
Shut the fuck up right now. But yeah, that's a whole trend of people just like, you can look like a Studio Ghibli character. Wow, cool, awesome. I bet Miyazaki loves that. That's so cool.
Oh, isn't that neat?
See, I hate to. I think there are a number of things that gross.
Kill me.
At least have like actual painted backgrounds. You fucking hacks. Like if you're gonna use the AI, go all the way.
Well, they're not capable of doing painted backgrounds, so why?
The AI can't figure it out yet. It's really just. We just need the most shallow version of the thing. I just need the closest approximation.
The eyes gotta be right. They gotta be, a certain size and make the eyes funny. That's how you make Ghibli style.
That's it. That's the style, baby.
Just how I like my eggs.
I told y'all how I told y'all I made that old man cry the other day. It's just I can't when people try
when
to
he's just like showing you the AI
things that they've made from AI. I don't even feel the need to soften my response. I'm not impressed. You shouldn't be proud of this.
There's nothing impressive about it.
No, there's not. And the thing that upsets me is when they literally say, "Look what I made."
No. It's equivalent to just doing a Google image search and then pulling up a random picture and be like, "Look, I made this."
The best way that I've heard it described is like calling yourself an artist because you used AI is like calling yourself a chef because you asked for your steak medium rare. It's the same, man.
Yeah.
You just ask something else to do something.
Oh, and I'm sure there are some people who would call Miyazaki just a dinosaur for responding that way to AI, but there has to be some value in craft. Why else have humans pursued it for the entire existence?
The thing, I feel like one of the things that
craft is just insulting.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think just one of the fundamental things that makes art meaningful and impactful for a lot of people is knowing and understanding the amount of effort and craft that went into creating it.
Well, even the time
it means something.
It's important that the person's putting their soul into
right,
and that's not something that you can even intentionally do. It just happens in the human process of making it.
It's just kind of what happens when you're passionate about something. You put yourself into it.
One of my
that with a computer.
One of my favorite examples of that happening is actually with Celeste. Like a couple of years after they had made that game, the creator came out and discovered that a sort of self-discovery thing. It was like, oh, I'm actually trans or whatever, and this all makes sense. And they look back at the story that they wrote for Celeste, and it was like, holy shit, a lot of the themes that I explored in Celeste in terms of this sort of self-discovery and struggling, this completely reflects what I'm feeling right now, and I didn't mean to do that. And I'm just like, that's so cool that you just involuntarily kind of just injected a part of your soul into this thing without even realizing it. That to me is what makes art like that special.
Well, I feel like that's any endeavor. If it's something that actually is going to challenge you, you have to put yourself in it, and whether you like it or not, you're all over it. And that's honestly where, even on the shallowest level, that's where style comes from. Yeah. Because it's an actual investment of yourself. It's not like a replication of something someone else made. And so when people think Ghibli is just a style, oh my goodness, like Ghibli just decided this looks good. This looks good. Think I'll do it this way.
Yeah.
Not
he didn't
this is
just invent the
a representation of how I see the world. Fuck,
dude.
And I hate to break it to y'all, but I bet there is a huge population of Ghibli fans that don't see Ghibli art the way that y'all do. They only see it as just it's just anime. It's just an animation.
It's Japanese Disney.
It's just
see, that puts in terms I can understand.
They don't. And so, okay, and we'll get into this as we start to talk about the movie, but
Yeah.
it's hard not to just like sit in awe and respect of every frame and the amount of work that goes into creating something like this. And
I'll
it's
be honest,
almost it's
I think I
overwhelming.
came a couple times
This
on
is
some of
actually
those
I've
games.
seen in my adult life when I'm choosing to like watch, like choosing which movies to watch and stuff like that. I've probably seen this movie more than any other, like maybe 5 or 6 times. I went to the theater by myself to see this movie,
Hey.
but this last time that I watched,
1995?
no, they re-released it.
Oh.
Studio Ghibli does something called like a Ghibli Fest every year, where they like have a lineup of a bunch of their
Yeah.
classic movies, and then they release
Better
them
than a
in
Ghibli
theaters.
Fest.
I went and saw
Yeah.
Mononoke in theaters.
Oh, man.
last year.
This
That was
lineup
awesome.
is I would love to go out and see Howl's Moving Castle. That shit would look dope on a theater
Oh, yeah.
screen, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But the most recent time that I watched this week was the first time that I really tried to like focus in and pay attention to like the animation and the craft. I'm
my
like,
goodness.
motherfucker.
If you do that, If you do that,
That's insane.
it is a pit.
And again, we'll get to that. I'm gonna take us off on a massive tangent before we start talking about
I
the
know.
movie.
I know.
But
Oh,
one of the things that I noticed a lot in this movie that I really appreciated were like those really, I don't know what other word to describe them other than like meaningless shots, or like those shots that are just like
ambient shots.
well, not necessarily like ambient shots, but I'm thinking of like there's a shot where like Shizuku is trying to like turn off her light from her bed, and her hands kind of just like fumbling
Oh,
around
okay.
for a couple of
Yes.
seconds, then she gets up and
Yep.
turns it off. It's like, that's
Just
really
human
nice.
stuff.
Yeah, just human
It's
stuff.
just
Or like the
very, very
dad walking
human.
up the stairs and he's like standing to the side so his neighbor can walk down the stairs. It's just like,
yeah.
oh,
Well, it's
like
it's painting reality.
it
is
is.
all it is.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
it-
Jesus,
it-
every
it
time
just
there's just
feels
a
so
fucking
real.
crowd, I'm like, fucking Christ.
Yeah, and they're like in the library, just looking around at what everyone's doing. Like people all have very normal student sort of mannerisms.
It's effort that I think means so much, but doesn't get noticed or I think it gets noticed subconsciously. So I think it has value, but it doesn't get like the appreciation that it deserves in that sort of like detail.
And I think my struggle is this is my first time watching it. I know
Yep.
we're gonna go on a tangent.
I
but
think it is I think
I-
you're the only first time watcher of this one.
I can only, and this is gonna be just Ghibli movies in general for me.
Mhm.
I can only see the craft. It's very hard for me to watch the movie.
I can
because I'm
understand that.
so-
Just watch the movie for the
I am-
story. You get, it's well, I mean, they
It's
they
tough.
throw all these like beautiful things in your
It's
face.
so
hard
much.
not to
And then you
about.
think about the fact
It's
that this
so
was
much.
this came out in 1995. Like,
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
fuck,
And I mean,
dude.
and they're still making it the same way. It's all the
Mhm.
same kind of equipment for the most part, right?
Yeah.
And you can, it's all hand painted cells. It's all just it's penciled, it's inked.
We'll get there.
It's painted. It's all
Yeah.
done by hand, and then they literally just put a camera over this fucking artwork and then roll
Mhm.
camera.
Yeah.
Just pass the cells through.
There's so yeah, this what Studio Ghibli movies have you seen so far?
The other probably most popular ones like Spirited Away, Mononoke,
Uh-huh.
not
Castle
Howl's
in the
Moving
Sky.
Castle in the Sky.
Yeah.
But-
Oh, you see
yeah.
Castle Sky? Okay. Because like that really does
Boy and the Heron.
right.
Boy and
Yeah.
the Heron, yeah.
That really will blow your mind when you think about the fact that like Castle in the Sky was their second movie ever, and it came out in 1986.
It's insane.
Fucking crazy.
Ridiculous.
That kind of talent just didn't exist.
But
And
it's
on it,
also the jump from like this is what 96, and then
yeah,
Spirited Away was 2001,
yeah,
and like it still has the same like style, but like it's massively
there's so many more
crazy.
moving parts in Spirited
This
Away.
is-
Just
this-
like
the scope.
insane.
it's crazy. What I found hilarious, I was going through like the Studio Ghibli like filmography yesterday, and I discovered that My Neighbor Totoro and Grave of the Fireflies came out in the same year.
Oh,
Whoa.
I'm like,
Oh,
ooh,
yeah.
that's some whiplash.
Did Totoro come out after Grave of the Fireflies?
No,
It's like a
Grave of the
little-
Fireflies came out
Oh.
after. They're just like,
Everyone was like,
gotcha,
lulled into a
bitch.
sense- I like to imagine that some people just had no idea what the movie was gonna be about.
Dude.
before they went and saw it.
Dude. But speaking of a studio that's incredibly dedicated to their craft and semi-tangentially related to Studio Ghibli,
Sure.
let's
Sounds
talk about the
ironic.
Lilo and Stitch remake.
Somebody tried to get me to go see it this week. They
No.
sent
My
me,
boss
they
was
sent-
saying,
no.
one of my
They
coworkers
sent
said
me a
that he,
message.
one of my coworkers said that he saw it and he enjoyed it, and my boss was like, "Oh, I've heard a lot of people saying like they really liked it and stuff," and I was just biting my fucking tongue in the meeting
Yep.
because I've been looking into the sorts of things that they changed in the Lilo and Stitch remake, and I'm not that big of a Lilo and Stitch fan. I watched it, I enjoyed it. It's not a special place in my heart.
No.
This fucked me up. This right here. They're gonna have a side-by-side of the same scene, animated versus live action.
Okay.
I want to see if you can spot the difference.
Okay.
What about Ohana?
He hasn't been here that long.
Neither have I. Dad said Ohana means family.
Huh?
Ohana means family. Family means
Nobody gets left behind
or
forgotten. I know. I hate it when you use Ohana against
Very
me.
quiet.
Why are you trying to go against what Mama and Papa said?
Because we were left behind. I know. All that stuff sounds so nice. It sounds really nice to me too, but that is not reality. This is reality. And I need you to start living in it with me.
That's
Shut the fuck up.
That's the same scene. Nobody gets left behind, and she responds by saying, "But we were left behind."
Oh,
because their parents died.
So betray the whole concept.
Betray the entire concept of the film. And Steven, you said, "I'm going to leave you behind." Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Do you know how this movie ends?
Oh no. This Nana die or whatever the fuck.
Nani decides to give Lilo up to the state so that she can go to California to study marine biology.
No. What?
Yes.
That's how it ends?
That's how it ends.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Not only is that super fucked up and against the whole point of the movie, but apparently Hawaii is one of the absolute best places to study marine biology, and Hawaii natives get like a tuition benefit for doing so.
For staying there and learning.
So she gave up her little sister to the state, which betrays the entire concept of the movie, to go study marine biology at a state that has an inferior program.
Fucked up. Are they trying
That's
to
fucked up.
position that as being like, oh, we're all happy now. We're just
so many people were like, did the creators just fucking hate the movie?
What the hell?
And honestly, like, in my opinion, I don't think they hate the movie. I think they just don't care. They just didn't care about the message. There's no emotion.
It feels like they just don't care. Was it the same? Like, who were the creators that came over from the previous one? There had to be some, or was it all just new
So this is what's kind of fucked up. The director of the original movie is associated with this movie, but only because he was the voice of Stitch in the original, and he's voicing Stitch in this one. That's it.
Oh, so he doesn't have any probably not creative input, but even if he did, like,
even if he didn't, you'd think he would speak up, just be like, if you guys are gonna make this kind of movie, I don't want to be Stitch in this one. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, you could get anyone to play Stitch, honestly.
Oh yeah, and do you remember like the main antagonist of Lilo and Stitch?
The big guy, the big blue guy.
Yeah, he's not in it.
Wait, what? So
he's
who's
not
the fucking. This guy?
This guy, he's not in it. He's not in it.
The bounty hunter, like, chasing him down?
Yep, he's not there.
The reason for the conflict?
Instead, apparently, like, the main bad guy is,
Him?
Him. The guy who turns into, like, a fucking, like, uncle by the end of it. Voiced by Zach Galifianakis, or played by Zach Galifianakis, because they spend most of their time in human form. Because it would have been too much work to animate these aliens in these funny disguises.
These guys were like the Team Rocket of this universe. They were like Jesse and James.
They were
like ultimately like sympathetic, friendly characters.
Yes. Yep.
Like they were technically there to get like Stitch and stuff, but
right. But at the end of the animated movie, this guy and like these two are like responsible for helping to save like Lilo, who I think is kidnapped at the end or something during like the climax or whatever.
Yeah.
Nope, he's just the bad guy now.
He's only the bad guy.
He's only the bad guy, and the actual bad guy got cut from the movie.
So are you telling me they don't have a plane scene at the end where he's?
They don't. No, they don't. It's some sort of like they get stuck out in sea or something, and Stitch, who's like super dense, like falls to the bottom of the sea, and Nani saves him. That's it. That's the climax. There's no like spaceship chase scene or anything like that.
Do they even go to space in this movie?
Their budget was $100 million, which is apparently pretty small for a movie like this.
That seems low. I mean, they couldn't afford a good little girl actress. They got some freaking loser.
You know what? Like watching these Lilo and Stitch clips reminds me of is the girl who plays Leia in Obi-Wan.
Oh yeah,
the Obi-Wan series like clips started popping up on my
Ooh, I'm
on my
sorry.
YouTube Shorts list. I'm like, skip.
Yeah,
There was one where it's just like her talking about something like,
Can we find the clip of Leia running through the woods away from the? And I want to hear people defend any of the new Disney Star Wars stuff.
Their estimated budget was actually 80 million, but they've already like tripled that.
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
I hate it.
And this is why like people were shitting all over Snow White. So like, oh, one of the worst movies ever, and it probably like didn't do that great. But all it takes is one of these to tell Disney it's like,
back.
oh, we should still we just shouldn't do Snow White. We should do these ones instead.
People just said like Snow White. Oh,
people didn't care about Snow White because it was a movie from like the 60s.
Lilo and Stitch though.
It's made more than Thunderbolts.
Oh, it's made more than the new Mission Impossible, which is
off. And again, dude, people can say what they want about Mission Impossible. I haven't seen the new one, but like there's passion behind that. I don't care what you think. Like people want to make that movie not because like Tom Cruise is just like, I will die before these movies are made without me as the lead of them, you know.
Yep, it made 40 million, over 40 million more than.
Look at that budget.
Look at that budget.
Big ass budget. Jeez.
Oof.
I mean, whew.
Hang on, let me see if I can find it.
They're doing a lot more like big set piece like scenes.
Well, it requires that.
I feel like this Lilo and Stitch movie, if they don't have the big airplane chase scene, then what do they, or like the big spaceship scene? What else happens in the movie? Everything else is just Stitch being
walking around on the beach,
like a dog on the beach.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But they got the fat guy with the ice cream cone. That's Lilo and Stitch right there. That's what I like and remember.
He's not the tourist.
I remember that scene.
And I don't think he's not even eating ice cream. He's eating a snow cone.
Oh well. Fuck Disney then, I guess. Young Leia, Forest Chase, Obi-Wan.
Look at this. This is cinema. This is craft. This is
just
passion.
what Disney passes off as good.
Why does she look like she's in like a metropolitan park?
It does. This is some park in San Jose, and there's a disc golf course not 30 yards to the right of it.
It really looks like it.
This is a girl wearing a like Halloween city Leia costume, and this is her uncle filming her right now.
Very cool. Very cool. This is a cool home movie.
Hello, princess.
So big fan
Why
film.
are you here?
Really good acting.
I'm sorry.
There's Flea.
What is? Why is this Star Wars character wearing like street clothes?
Again, bad production, bad vision. Just get them out there. If they're goofy, they're Star Wars.
He looks straight off the streets of like San Francisco or some shit.
Yeah, this is like a.
He looks like a San Francisco bum. Like what the fuck?
San Francisco's the new Coruscant, Jared. Didn't you know that?
Oh, okay.
Just waiting.
For what?
I'm an actress.
For you.
Oh Jesus.
Look at how much they have to cut out of it.
God.
You see how they? You see them slowing themselves, dude. Look at this.
This is like some
This
fucking
is
Power Rangers.
crazy. Whoa! Oh, he didn't know what to do about that.
I can't get down there. Oh no, branch! Branch!
Oh,
Dude, look, come on.
No. I need to see that again. I need to see that person like gingerly take a step on that branch to try and catch up with her. On the left here.
Here. Yeah, come on, just
If they actually like
Oh, tripped!
look at this. She's like, oh no, other side of a tree, can't get her.
Oh, did she hit it the whole time?
Oh, a person died.
Oh, dude, she's having fun here. Watch her face. She's having fun.
She often does that. Yes. That is a real high budget Disney Obi-Wan. This was like the big deal for them was the Obi-Wan series.
Yeah, it was bad.
Incredible.
Bad.
And people still watch Disney Star Wars. I don't know.
People
The bar
just watch
is
things. It doesn't
so
matter how
low.
bad this shit is. Doesn't matter how like good the thing is that came before it or anything. Even like Mandalorian or like the Book of Boba Fett,
bad.
Mandalorian, and that was really bad.
Really,
I don't think
bad.
Disney knows at all what the fuck is good anymore.
Jared,
and they
have
just
you
put
seen
shit out there.
Jared, have you seen the moped chase from Book of Boba Fett?
No.
Oh my god. Well, no,
up.
we definitely looked it up because we did like the.
I think we have, but I need to.
Vespa
that
chase.
sounds familiar.
Go check it out. Go check it out. Vespa chase.
Yeah,
I think we.
This sounds familiar, but I feel like I need to see it again now. Boba Fett and crew chase someone.
It doesn't fucking matter.
A Star Wars name.
This is Star Wars, by the way. Look how fucking
Star Wars.
This is Star Wars.
Yeah, this is Star Wars. Get him.
Look at those scooters.
Whoa! Hang on. I thought you were about to say. Oh wait, no. This is an edit. This is a.
No.
Oh, sorry. We're watching a meme version. That's
and remember, Boba Fett, like the name Boba Fett, the look is one of the most beloved icons back all the way back to Empire.
Look at him in the background. And
these look
in the front.
These look okay. These aren't here, right? Like these aren't like this is computer generated. These things aren't.
Yeah. There might be pieces of them that are real, like the handlebars. I think the handlebars,
but all of the stuff underneath
it looks so poorly composite. This blue one especially does not look like it's in here.
The color and lighting are completely wrong.
I thought legitimately, I was like, oh, whoops, we're watching an amateur YouTube edit. I need to find the real scene. That's literally what I thought.
That's
crazy.
Real from Disney. And that dude, look at this directing. Who are these filmmakers that are being given huge franchises?
I could see the car wheels skidding on the road while this thing takes off. Watch it.
Yep.
I think you put it very succinctly, Jared. It looks like a student film.
It does.
It's a student.
With how big of a budget or how big of a fucking IP this is?
That's
biggest
crazy.
Arguably.
Why are they going?
They're going.
They're going like 5 miles an hour.
They're going Mach 5.
Oh no!
Oh, God, destroyed. Woo, yeah.
Dude.
Why does this look worse than like? This is reminiscent, and I feel heretical for saying this, but this is reminiscent of like those chase scenes in like Back to the Future. But why does Back to the Future look so much better? And it was made in 1985.
And they actually have things moving quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the speed I would have guessed for like a hoverboard chase.
Yeah. Not like these motorized hover vehicles. Dude, they're going like 8 miles an hour.
Yeah. Just again, filmmakers that don't know how to create illusion. Like the whole point of movie making is good illusion.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to create it, you can't make a good movie. Dude. All of this.
Oh,
all of
the
this.
water.
Oh no, the water are hover vehicles.
Wait, can you go back?
Yeah.
When she does that little jump. Look at this.
Determination.
Whoa. I can't level fucking shit.
Look at,
do
you see her?
My God!
She transported like 100 yards in 2 seconds here. Do you see that? That's also just bad composite. They didn't actually take into account the distance being traveled by that movement.
So fucking stupid.
No, man, Spy Kids CG was janky, Pomo, but it was endearingly janky.
But it was like almost intentional. This is not intentional.
And Spy Kids came out like 20 plus years ago. This came out like 4 years ago.
They want this to be cool.
They do.
Oh man.
I just want to know who the fuck signed off on this, and they should be like murdered if whoever did.
Dude.
But that's the thing.
It probably made tons of money though.
All of this is okay.
That's all that matters.
Okay.
If they made this look as good as it deserves to look, it probably wouldn't have made as much money. Assuming they kept the same scripts, the same beats, they just made the visuals look better, probably wouldn't have made that much more, I would think. People would have probably liked it the same. Maybe a little bit more they would have liked it, but
I think we've run into the cheeseburger problem where there are people out there that make these really gourmet, like amazing cheeseburgers, and it's like the top of their craft. But
some people just want McDonald's.
Some people just want McDonald's.
Yeah.
Threshold of flavor.
McDonald's shot.
Unrefined palates.
Yeah.
He's like cyborg guy.
Yeah, I feel like they literally did that.
Stop knocking! The crate's over.
Every time.
Is that guy just on a straight up motorcycle? Wait a minute.
What?
Oh yeah.
Hang on. This guy who comes off to the side. Okay, I thought it
basically is. It basically is.
I love how he took a little shortcut so I ended up behind him.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. I'm very confused here because obviously this guy's supposed to be like panicking and trying to get away from these people. What is this ain't that emotion, I don't think. What is this emotion? What is this face?
It's like, oh jeepers, they're chasing me.
He's got a little smirk. He looks like he's having fun.
He kind of looks like Abed from Community.
Yes. Yeah.
Like he's goofing around. This is a goof. He's playing with friends.
Like is he meant to look like he's panicking, or he's like, oh, I got a scheme cooking. Wait till they see what I do next, sort of thing. What is this face?
This is like a voyeur picture. This is like, I shouldn't be seeing this right now.
Oh no. What do we have here?
Oh my.
I hate. Okay, maybe I just really hate.
Just again, like the
modern
wardrobe,
Star Wars
color,
uniform. But like the wardrobes are fucking with me, man.
Look at the hair.
Nothing in this shot.
This like
this
sideburns
frame. I would never guess it was Star Wars.
No.
No, there's not an ounce of Star Wars in this besides the fact that there's Adobe structures with some tech embedded in them.
Crazy. I'm sorry, what?
Spike boot. He's got a spike boot. What?
What? No. That was some Inspector Gadget shit. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's where we're at. He's a cyborg.
What is this?
Leg.
Go Gadget spike leg. Yeah. That even looks like fucking.
It looks like a prosthetic leg from Inspector Gadget.
It looks like it came straight from Inspector Gadget. Like,
yeah.
When did that movie come out?
Like 90s.
Inspector Gadget was 90s.
Like probably 96 or something, I would guess.
No, not the 1982 like TV series. Hang on.
Oh no. I'm gonna say 98.
Matthew Broderick. 1999. This looks as good as a 1999 effect.
Fuck.
And look at the design. look at just the aesthetic design of the machine over here on the left of the bike. It looks like something from Robots.
Yeah. It looks like that insignia in the middle is like a Mr. Bigwig like insignia.
There is no Star Wars in this anywhere.
About that is Star Wars.
Why is it so fucking polished?
This scene kind of is one of the. There's been many scenes over the years of like things where I'm just like I don't like this. This is one of the ones where I'm like, I just can't deal with this Star Wars shit anymore, and I'm not gonna bother with it. No matter how good people say things like Andor is. Like,
don't bother.
I don't care.
Don't bother.
Fuck you.
Because if anything, if Andor is excellent, then that's just gonna make all of the other properties just feel that much worse to you. You know, like you're not gonna watch Andor, even if it's great. You're not gonna watch Andor and think, oh, they're back on track.
No,
great.
I'm just like, oh, they got lucky this time.
Yeah, they got lucky, or like, oh, somebody was clever with the execs and got away with some shit. Like that's what I would think. Like, oh, look, an exception. Not like, oh, Star Wars is back, baby.
No, Star Wars is dead. Kill Star Wars. It's fine.
I'm just upset that Disney is just running everything.
It's creatively dead, but it is not financially dead. That's for sure.
No, and that's the problem. I want everyone there to be dead, physically dead. So, calling everyone out there, this is an open invitation.
What's this Ezio Assassin's Creed ass shit?
I know everything about this. There is no understanding of the Star Wars universe, and even if leaving Star Wars aside, just creating good action. This isn't good action. There is no redeeming quality for this scene. And this scene is supposed to be like a hype scene for the show, so it don't get better. Come on, Men in Black.
Oh shit!
Oh my god, an Easter egg! Whoa! I recognize that! That means it's good!
Whenever they put paintings there that are from the concept artist and you can tell it's not painted in the world, I get really mad too.
You know what else is crazy?
Putting digital artwork into a world that was clearly painting with physical media.
You know what else is crazy about this too? And again, I feel like a fucking heretic for saying this, but it feels to me like this scene, especially that part where he's like ramming these motorcycles and shit. This scene really wants to be like that scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark. It really wants to be like Indiana
Jonesy.
Yeah, a little bit campy, but has like this intense action going on and stuff. Especially like this Looney Tunes ass like painting thing. Whoa! Oh!
Yeah, that's very Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Fuck. Oh,
that is a very Raiders chase scene right there.
Because I'm remembering when he's like ramming the motorcycles and the Jeeps while he's driving the thing with the Ark in it, and it was way better choreographed than this.
It's just you can still have some like campy crashes, but create drama. It doesn't have to just be all camp and joke. Oh my god.
Ooh, space rickshaw.
Look, those are the guys from the.
Oh, I recognize that.
Yeah.
Oh no, she's on the roof.
Oh
she's
wow.
Shot-manning.
Oh, she's also.
And now she's going faster for some reason because she's above him. I'm sorry, what did that accomplish? Okay. How did you catch up if your max speed was the same as his?
Luckily, he never left one square block of this city.
Manure! I hate manure!
Did you see that gear slide though? Pretty cool.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Wow.
And again, dude, these characters, like they're even hiring people that just don't have the look. You're hiring just models.
It's just like embarrassing. Oh look, Boba Fett's here.
Oh, I like Boba Fett. Okay, I'm back to liking this again.
I'm back into it.
You know what, too? Having no context for this scene at all, based on just how this scene worked in isolation, I actually thought this was the good guy and the people chasing him were the antagonists. I didn't realize that it was the opposite until Boba Fett showed up at the end. I'm like, oh wait, they were supposed to be like the badass good guys.
They were
interesting.
No.
Uh-huh.
Oh man.
I feel like there's so many people through nepotism or just financially having the ability to go to school for this stuff or to get those opportunities. There's not talent making these movies or getting these roles.
You know what? I think my hot take right now is that like, and I had this this take recently, like this past week or so. I think our generation specifically is a net negative on culture right now. Like we're doing bad things to TV and movie right now. TV movies right now.
I feel the same,
dude. Like even like generations after us, like Gen X, Gen Z, whatever, they're gonna be the ones picking up the slack for our like just absolute dog shit media.
And the reason is because our like the generation before us had to work for shit and they worked hard so that we wouldn't have to. So now a bunch of like needy whiny babies grew up in like undisciplined homes where they got everything they wanted, and now they're creating things purely superficially off of what they saw, and they get into these schools that they shouldn't, get positions that they shouldn't. It's a culture of nepotism.
Our generation, I think our generation just fucking sucks at making art.
There's no, because they don't. Our generation didn't learn what it takes to make good art.
Yeah,
it all looks so easy.
All we did was just see all of the people who came before us, how good they were.
Yeah,
and then we just we're not all we can fucking do.
We're barely bringing anything original to the table these days, man.
God no.
Are you kidding?
Think about this
stuff,
way.
Not good.
Think back to like Michelangelo, you know, like making these insane sculptures out of marble and like the years that it takes to get that, like insane skill. And Miyazaki is like a modern day Michelangelo, and his craft is animation, right?
Yeah.
And what is our generation doing? What are we doing? What are we good at?
We have anyone?
Well, there's no one.
We're the geniuses.
That's like
we're the geniuses.
This person's a fucking genius.
Yeah, because you have fucking like Matt Damon making Good Will Hunting at 25.
Yeah.
Who?
Where are the geniuses?
Where's my Matt Damon? Where's my Matt?
Where are the people giving up a bunch of their freedom and sacrificing a bunch to achieve something? What counterpoint to the Michelangelo?
What else was he supposed to fucking do? He didn't have the internet.
Yeah. He was bored. See, we have YouTube Shorts, so we don't have to learn
to get good at
Yeah, we have Pornhub, so why would I spend time getting good at anything?
If Pornhub existed in Michelangelo's era, we wouldn't have David. We wouldn't have the Sistine Chapel.
Yeah, but see, everybody was fucking back in Michelangelo.
Or we would have the Sistine Chapel, but it'd be a lot sexier.
There'd probably be anime girls up there.
Dude, imagine the Sistine Chapel with just some big titty anime waifus. Great Bar Barrel's been raised. Sure. Yeah. I think I would more so compare these sorts of artistic things to maybe people that are like still alive who have made things. People like Quentin Tarantino, Miyazaki, Christopher Nolan, stuff like that.
The main thing we're pointing out is that he was like the standout genius of his time. Obviously, the bar has grown since then.
Oh, for sure.
But the current bar, who's the standout genius of the current bar that's doing things that no one else is doing? That is what we're complaining about, is that no one in our generation is doing that sort of shit.
I think I agree with you, Roka, that the general like artistry of people, like skill level, has on average gone up. But our generation, I think in particular, is really lacking like an exceptional genius, you know?
The exceptional geniuses are where, like, can you name one person who's
that's where paradigm shifts happen in media. Those are the people that make Star Wars, the original Star Wars that nobody's ever seen before. Those are the people that make
Toby Fox.
Basically anything. Okay, in the video game world, I can see that. But I'm talking movies, and I'm also saying the vast majority of our generation. Like, there were so many people back in what I feel like is my parents' generation.
I think it's also just about what we value. I think that's changed over time too. What people value as art has changed. So sure, you can argue that there are more people out there that have skill, but if your value is like how many, again, I don't see enough evidence in the world that there are people that are like bleeding and sweating like to the degree that people in the past have.
These days, I think people conflate the word art and content to be the same sort of thing.
Just making
and that's why you have a bunch of people who think that artists are going to be obsolete now that we have AI art, because they just see like the product, the content, and that looks pretty much as good as anything like an actual artist could do, so they're the same. I think it's also, I think you're right that like the mentality has shifted in terms of like how we consume and appreciate art, because it's so ready and available to us by any means, like at any point. It's kind of like
our attention spans are too small to appreciate hard work. So when people, so the incentive for someone to go to insane lengths to create something just isn't there. Who are they doing it for? It's only personal to them.
IDK, I think in terms of the entertainment industry, the people of our generation are maybe just not discovered yet. I think that's also a thing too. I think the amount of content that's out there makes it difficult for those people to actually get to the same sort of status as someone like Christopher Nolan or Quentin Tarantino or something, because all of the money that is being used to fund projects, like big name projects, are going to shit like this, shit like Boba Fett and shit like say like the Lord of the Rings of Power stuff. Like they're going to like these known properties rather than taking a risk on maybe somebody who actually does have a creative idea. I don't know, but yeah, I don't like how about just blanket statement, I just don't like the media that's being produced by our generation right now.
Well, because our generation is being raised under the idea that value is in content, not creation. So the fact that things like Lilo and Stitch do well, and the fact that AI is perceived as a net positive by the culture is what the current generation was raised under. So again, you're taking away the incentive structure for creativity. You're pushing it more towards success rather than ambition. It's not about what can I make, it's how much can I make by doing this thing. It's just trying to get fame and success, and so
it's driven by the wrong like motivation.
The values have just changed. So I would never say that just talented people don't exist. I just think that the value system to push those people,
we're not incentivizing. We're not rewarding those talented people or incentivizing people to push themselves in that way.
I believe there's really talented people that just never even pursue things that they would otherwise.
Sure.
You know?
And yeah, I'm sure there's people out there who are making like really cool shit that never get seen, but that's the problem. They never get seen.
Yeah, I definitely have an issue with that. Pumbo posted this earlier as well. Luke Skywalker meet Ahsoka Tano, Book of Boba Fett in 2021.
Okay, I never saw this because I dropped that shit hard.
Watch it.
You've taught him well.
This shit's dystopian to me.
Remembering that I'm actually
I hate this. I hate this so much. And I hate that people like it.
Just hire an actor that looks close enough.
Especially when they do this to like actors that are dead. It seems so dystopian.
It's disrespectful to me.
It's disrespectful.
It's kind of just it's trivializing their life.
Yeah.
Oh, the mouth.
As I told you.
Oh, don't look at his mouth when he talks. It's...
Two share a strong bond. And
You fucking that alien?
I brought him a gift.
I hate.
Dude, what is that?
I hate how you can see. I don't know if you can. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Hang on, let me pull off the watermark real quick, just for this freeze frame here.
Look at how creative this director is, just taking his head completely out of the shot.
And I need to, you know what? I need to bring this. I need to bring this to the main scene. You can see the wrinkles in her tentacles. It looks so foamy and fake. Like right here.
Bad production.
It does look a little very foamy.
It looks so bad.
It doesn't look scaly.
They did hire someone that looks like him. They mapped his face over it.
I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Why does the character have to look exactly like he did in the fucking 80s? Like, can we just assume that this is Luke Skywalker, even though he looks vaguely different? We don't have to put his fucking face over some other person.
I just don't like it.
Sometimes I wonder if his heart is in it.
And then just an AI version of his voice too.
So much like your father.
What'd you say about my dad?
You look, but like a computer weird glitchy version of him, where some of the edges are weirdly soft.
I don't know what's going on with his lips.
There's a lot of ghosting in between frames.
What? Okay, tell me, what emotion is he trying to convey here?
I am Mark Hamill. The emotion is, remember me?
Hey, do you remember this face, right? Isn't that crazy?
What should I do about him?
That mouth.
No fucking shot.
There's no way that was.
No way that actually made the cut.
The video glitched. That is definitely not how that's supposed to work.
No way.
The video glitched, I'm sure it glitched.
What should I do about him?
That's
no way. I need
Is this
I need somebody to prove to me that this is just a fuck up on YouTube side and not what happened on Disney Plus. There's no way.
It's just some like error when they uploaded it, because there's no way that's what his mouth should fucking look like.
I don't have Disney Plus, Pomo. Who do you think I am? I have a NAS server now. I don't have any streaming services.
Oh,
anymore.
how about this? If we see Ahsoka's mouth do any weird shit,
let's see Ahsoka talk.
Your instincts.
Nope, that was pretty perfectly synced.
That's pretty damning. Dude, somebody shoot that thing.
Will I see you again?
God, this your voice, man. No.
Will I see you?
Okay, hang on.
Do you notice how his face kind of morphs a little bit?
Yes,
too?
yes. I was about to get that. Like, hang on.
His proportions change.
I'm gonna get that screen grab of like one eyelid closed.
Look at his nose changing shape.
No, man.
I
see you again.
It's stretching.
He's got a broken nose in that one.
Oops.
I'm Mark Hamill.
Will I see you again?
How? It's so uncanny.
Will I see you again?
Luke, you can't bang Ahsoka.
Perhaps. May the Force be with you.
Oh, I heard that.
She said the thing.
I heard that.
He really looks in that scene.
Why does this feel like I'm about touching the ground?
I know, right? He looks like he's floating.
What the fuck? Oh no.
No.
Well, presumably the actor's there. Like,
right? Yeah, like they just did his face, right?
It should be real body.
It should be.
Why am I crazy, or is he not casting a shadow in any way? Like, why
it
does
just looks like it's missing occlusion on the ground?
It is. Like, it's just
maybe it's compositing. Like maybe there's a lot of CG going on in like the background here. Like, so the actor's there.
Fucking plants, like
the actor's there, but like maybe the environment isn't. But it looks like he's not in that scene, and I don't. It doesn't look like he has a shadow.
It's possible that
this still could be
Unreal
Room
in front of a screen. Like, this is an Unreal scene that he's standing in.
Well, hang on. You do have this little plant here that's like going over his leg a little bit.
Also, they can set up physical stuff in the space, and that extends into the screen behind. That's a pretty typical thing now. So you'll get like a semicircular room.
Yeah, we know when they put Hamill's face on him, Diesel, but this body doesn't look like it's in the scene.
It's supposed
like
to be.
The whole body doesn't look like it's there.
He's got Smurf feet.
His feet are just matte black. Like, there's no like color, like no lighting on them
and
at all.
they don't look like they're depressing the ground.
No.
He kind of looks like he's wearing. He kind of looks like he's wearing like Nikes.
He's got some Jordans on. Some blacked out Jordans.
So I better kill this thing.
I think I gotta kill it before it kills me.
I just don't like it. I don't like.
What a hilarious timeline we live in.
For the same reason that I'm completely like pulled out of like a video game when they're using like real actors' faces for it. I'm just like, weird. I feel the same way about whenever I see like these sort of like de-aged or deep faked sort of like classic characters. I'm just like, ugh. I can only think about like what they had to do to make it, and then that when I'm in that headspace, I start seeing the fucking seams.
Will I see you again?
Will I see you again?
Perhaps.
There's no fucking.
People like Grogu. Look at how cute the alien is.
I love Grogu.
I love Grogu.
Oh my God, he's so precious.
I wanna put him in my pocket.
What should I do about him?
That's insane.
What should I do about him?
That's insane.
They can't. I mean, they're only taking images that already exist of Mark Hamill's face. They can't make him say anything.
That's true.
Oh my God.
That's unfair for you to ask that from them.
Dude.
Yeah, the mouth movement's pretty solid.
It's fucked.
I don't know.
Here's the thing. I don't have a big attachment to Star Wars, like at all.
Sure.
At all. I don't care that they're like doing this sort of thing of like, let's have Luke Skywalker in this show because people will remember it, and we can maybe write him in a way that's actually like important to the story. What I have a problem with is just this face. Why does he have to look like this? I'm assuming this is taking place some amount of time after the original trilogy because she's talking about his father and stuff like that. He can look different. He can absolutely look different. It's okay for you to do that. Why does he have to look like a picture perfect poster boy of what he looked like on the movie poster of like A New Hope? Why?
Disney, baby.
Why? It looks worse. It takes me out of it.
Imagine if they had done that Han Solo movie with a deep fake of Harrison Ford the whole time.
I feel like, and this is the thing too for me of like why I'm not particularly interested in especially like new Star Wars stuff. It's like it feels like they want to keep this character like cryogenically frozen the same. It's like he can't be any different because we need to keep the thing that people like, and then So he's not interesting to me.
If you're trying to recreate nostalgia, you want to just recreate the exact thing.
That is the thing. If some guy who looked vaguely like Luke Skywalker showed up on screen, they would have to say, "Hey, it's Luke Skywalker."
Yeah. They don't even say his name.
You automatically know, and then you're like, "Oh, you're pointing."
But that's another thing too. If I'm just like, I don't know if this is an actual like big target audience or whatever, but like. I'm just like, I want to get into Star Wars. Oh, look, a new Star Wars show. Maybe I'll start with that. And they don't even say this guy's name. I'm like, I just be like, who the fuck is this?
Well, here's the thing.
Why he looks so weird?
There are definitely
because they don't say his name
to get people without just saying Luke Skywalker for him to come into a scene and say something about whatever.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, is that Luke? And then he shows his face and he looks just enough like him from the actor's
that's
perspective.
fucking Luke Skywalker.
Oh, that's Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
But instead, they're just like, oh, we'll just put a face on another face. Problem solved.
I just don't.
Well, remove any need for creativity again.
So,
like that's I think that's my biggest issue. Is people relying too much on the technology. This is the Miyazaki argument.
Well, it's the same reason that like it's the same reason why you have so many games that are bloated to shit and run like ass is because you're relying on like DLSS and like just the technology to make things easier for you. So
I saw another article from like the PlayStation CEO, the Japanese CEO, talking about how he was talking shit about Xbox Game Pass. He's like, I'm scared of a world of the subscription model for games because that means that the kinds of games that will be made are fully dependent on the owner of the subscription service. So basically, Xbox decides what games get made now, and he was tying that to like AAA games and how big they get, and why like it's creating a new standard for what games get made, and all of the smaller games and indie developers that basically are like, it's impossible now to enter that room because the door has been closed by the subscription service owner, the provider.
Yeah. You have to prove yourself that you'll be like a valuable addition to Game Pass. And once you're on Game Pass, not many, that's going to significantly cut down on the number of sales you get on something like Steam, like the actual income that you get.
We're creating tough. So, and again, Pomo's pointing out like how
I'm not arguing that it's a great value.
It is a value.
I don't blame people who subscribe to it. I don't like the trends.
So, but
just for the games that I'm in, like in the indie space, I'm not a fan of what it implies for that.
Compare it to the AI thing. So AI is arguably going to be a good value. It's going to make things cheaper, right? But the precedent that it sets for creation. So if you're someone who cares about art and creation and mankind sort of like taking the next step, like do you think that the next step is us being more efficient, or do you think it's sort of discovering like a deeper sense of humanity? Like, I think the more we rely on the technology, I think the less we learn about how to grow as a culture. I think we're like heading towards a pretty catastrophic plateau. I think there's some amazing stuff on the other side of this. I think that we will have like that golden era. I don't think
it'll come from our generation.
I don't think it's our generation.
No.
I don't think it's even our
generation's kind of cooked.
That's
a bit of a doomer mentality, but like
anything coming out recently, there are a few gems out there, sure.
Yeah.
But most things are just this the same as this, just garbage that are just there to make money and people go see it.
So, and did it really feel? People say that it was like that bad. Was it like that? Was it in the like 70s, 80s, 90s? Is it were people sitting around like us and the new,
like,
Pink Floyd album
things were so better than the 60s.
Yeah,
the Pink Floyd album that came out in the 70s was "Wish You Were Here." No, they weren't doing that.
Like, were people sitting around thinking like we live in like a dead era? Like the look at all the slop getting thrown at us. I just don't think that's. I'm sure.
So.
Bad stuff
I don't think they
existed.
lived in a generation of slop where like the slop was the popular stuff making money. I think there's definitely a bunch of slop that came out in like our parents' generation, but like they weren't massively profitable,
That's what I mean. Like the best things were still good.
Did they even have like? I'm sure they had remakes from even older like movies and things like that.
Yeah.
But that is such a modern trend of just let's remake everything. And
that's
poorly. Or let's add sequels to everything for no fucking reason.
Yeah. Toy Story 5 still coming.
It feels like I don't know because we didn't grow up obviously in those old generations.
It feels like a unique problem.
But it feels like we fucking hit a wall where nothing interesting is coming out. Everything is just fucking regurgitation of what's already come before it, but like a lesser version of that.
Yeah.
Every sequel of any like movie where it wasn't like a planned sequel, it was this came out 10 plus years ago. Let's just make a fucking sequel. None of them have been good, and I would challenge someone to find me a good sequel movie of some like franchise that was like supposedly finished already, and then they just sort of revisited it.
What was a good?
I would love for someone to give me an example.
I remember we talked. I couldn't think of one either. We talked about it was just like fucking like Incredibles, Finding Nemo, Zoolander, Dumb and Dumber. Fucking, I swear there was another one that came out that was like
Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
None of them have been profitable.
Freakier Friday, I'm sure is gonna be great.
The Matrix. Bad.
The Matrix.
Bad.
Like I'm telling you, there aren't any that exist.
None of them.
Guess what? The original creative minds behind those things never intended for them to go beyond this. So why the fuck are we making things like that?
Well,
because they make money.
That's what made me mad about the Matrix, because what are their names? The creators of that. The Wachowskis. They never planned on making more Matrix, but Warner Brothers apparently like made them do it. And then according to them, supposedly they intentionally made it bad. But at the same time, I'm just thinking like
that's still kind of just like it.
You didn't have to make it.
It sucks that it like just tarnishes the reputation of that.
I just don't like the idea that things like that can happen where the creative minds are forced into doing something against their will.
No.
That is exactly what they want us to hear. That because they're on our side. They agree that this is slop. Like no, you're part of the machine. You're making it bad.
All right,
Just done. I'm tired. I'm tired of it.
I am tired, which is again why everything that I play, everything that I watch, everything that I listen to is all old stuff now.
It's all old stuff. Fortunately,
I have become a cranky old man.
Right?
That is
Dude,
why
I've been there for years, buddy.
That is why when something actually comes out and truly like does something fresh, it's very like I'm just gonna like Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
Yeah.
Phenomenal game. Haven't had a game that I got so like invested in a very long time.
And do you know the backstory behind the developers who made it?
It was like a small indie team of like
and the vast majority of them were people who got laid off from Ubisoft.
No way.
Yeah.
Those French bastards.
Yep. Hang on.
But sometimes things can come out like that and it's like, oh wow, this is actually doing something cool and unique and stuff. But even then it's that in a sea of other just garbage that's coming out constantly that it's hard to ignore. Like I don't know. It's just I wish there was more of those types of games or movies where I'm like sitting there like, oh wow. I'm trying to think of a movie that's come out recently where I was like, wow, that's like so
well we
cool
had talked about it in terms of like our parents' generation had like Indiana Jones, Star Wars, all of these like massive IPs that were new at the time when they came out. What does our generation have in terms of that? And the only one that I think legitimate one that I think we could come up with was John Wick. And I'm not saying that John Wick is shit or anything, but I'm just trying to think of like a big brand new IP that ended up being like a long running series that people really enjoyed.
Well, if we go back to the 90s, then like Toy Story was
Toy Story.
And Harry Potter.
Okay, you're right. Never mind.
Harry Potter had a finite end to it, like
Twilight.
But I would say like, when's the last time a Harry Potter level thing happened? It's been over 10 years.
That's true. The question. Like all of this stuff seems to have ended like 20 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Is
dude, I think we pinned it down. Like 2016 was like the inflection point for culture. It really was.
Well, that's when all of the remakes started flooding in. That's when the live action stuff started. Live action remakes started. All of the reboots started coming into frame and started making money. Because I know a lot of people.
That's the difference. Started making money.
They were doing reboots a lot. Hunger Games killed it.
Hunger Games of all things. Hunger Games was fine. I read the first book. It was okay. It's basically Battle Royale light. Like the memes are real for sure.
Wishes it was Battle Royale.
But
I would.
It was like, Battle Royale for people who are scared to read subtitles.
Hunger Games got pretty big, but it was not on the level of Harry Potter. But I would also say Hunger Games was still 10+ years ago.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, that's
still a pretty significant amount of time has passed since Hunger Games. So what, like, what's the last thing? What's the last like global phenomenon that's happened? I don't know. I really don't.
Avatar doesn't count.
No, it doesn't.
It's not a global phenomenon.
Avatar 2, aside from like crazy
bad movie,
visuals, not a good movie.
I'm pulling up a slop website here. 10 more upcoming movie sequels nobody wants.
Roadhouse.
Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, the third Beetlejuice movie. Right. Yep. Because the second one was so good.
And you can tell that this is a slop website because I have to click every single time I want to see a new entry in the list.
Oh, gross.
You're really getting that click.
Fuck you.
Fucking kills me.
Fuck you.
Time. I want to shoot myself in the face.
Well, I want to know how like our parents would feel like maybe that's what people feel about Star Wars, where something that they did grow up with that was a beloved franchise is being sort of bastardized and abused.
Yeah.
I mean, if they made Back to the Future 4,
come on,
they could easily do it because guess what? Time travel.
Yeah.
I think they're waiting for Michael J. Fox to die and Christopher Lloyd. I think once they're gone, they're like, now we can do it, guys. They're dead.
We can just do it.
I constantly think about this clip from Red Letter Media.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great. That's sad,
right?
But again, that's what makes me feel like we're living in the generation. Maybe it isn't our generation specifically, but we're living in an
era.
We're living in the era where the people making stuff are actually breaking everything. It's like a bunch of like half-brained people taking
people
over.
Who are making decisions are not the right people.
But
guess what? They're making
problem.
money, and that's the problem.
Well, and that's why I think it's more the incentive structure, because businessmen existed back then as well. But the thing, and again, this is why I put so much responsibility on the people paying for movie tickets, listening to certain music. Like the choices you make culturally to prop up certain talents are changing the incentive structure. But, so I don't
really have like a personality, so I don't really know what to do on a Saturday with my kids.
What am I gonna do?
So what am I gonna do with them? There's a new movie that came out that's a kids movie. I guess I'll just go see that because I don't want to listen to them screaming in my house for like 2 hours. So I might as well take them somewhere else to have them scream.
I'm trying to think, how often did we go to the movie theater when we were kids? Like I know we did, but it wasn't an every weekend thing.
It was definitely not a really.
I think most of the time when we were watching stuff, we were watching Toy Story over and over and over again.
Oh yeah.
People don't actually know what vote with your wallet means. No, I think they do know what vote with your wallet means. It's just they've cast. No, in my opinion, they've cast their votes. They've cast their votes. This is what they voted for.
People are voting for.
Like that's something that I constantly have to reconcile in my brain. Is that like the people that I interact with, not even like interact with, but I see online talking about media, even if the vast majority of the people are like decrying the fact that Toy Story 5 exists. They're a vast minority of people who actually go and watch movies. The vast majority of people who consume this media, who consume these movies, TV shows, video games, they don't go online to talk about it, to voice their opinion.
Nah.
They just enjoy it quietly amongst themselves. Like you don't see the massive floods of people who are probably so stoked that Toy Story 5 is coming out right now, despite the entire internet complaining about the fact that it exists. We're the minority of people with that opinion, and we just see like the internet, as big as it is still kind of an echo chamber for certain things like that. And it like people are voting with their wallet, and this is what they're voting for. This is what's making money. This is what people want. And I don't like
that's what I want. I want people to have stronger opinions. I don't like that people, the common response, if you start criticizing something, someone's gonna be like, why do you care so much? Like,
why don't you care?
Don't you care?
Yeah.
Everyone's always like, just why can't you just have fun? I'm like, you are the problem. Have an opinion. Listen to music that means something to you. Watch things that mean something. Like, spend your life doing things that are meaningful to you. Why would you waste your life in absorbing things that you have no reaction to? Why is that meaningful?
Here's another hot take for me. I think like instead of spending a bunch of money and making these bastardization live action versions of these movies, I would honestly vastly prefer it if Disney just did what Studio Ghibli is doing of just like, oh, let's just put classic Lion King back in theaters for a bit. Let's just put classic Lilo and Stitch back in theaters. It would be the same kind of thing of like, oh, I'm a parent and I need to take my kids to see something. Yep. But now they're seeing something that's actually good rather than just like this shit out little thing, like this shit out little like live action thing. Like, I would prefer Disney just did that. Like, I probably would support. You could see all the people that went to see fucking Revenge of the Sith of all things.
Oh, yeah.
And that did massively well. They didn't have to make a goddamn thing about it. Like, they just had to release it.
Not a single
Didn't
trailer.
spend a dime. Made so much money. Do that. Just do that.
Just do that.
Just do that.
And it seemed like they were going to do that for a while when they kept doing the Disney Vault. They would just open the Disney Vault and re-release DVDs. Like, that's how the mentality used to be, that these are classics. Do not break them. We actually save them, protect them, and then re-release them. But now we've given up on the Vault. We burned down the Vault and just started making new stuff. I think they accidentally burned the Vault, and now they have people in there. You know, like if you accidentally burn a painting and you have someone trying to recreate the painting.
Yeah,
they got a bunch of touch-up artists trying to recreate those old movies.
This is an actual repaint. Not a repaint. This is an actual restoration that they did.
Come on.
No.
This is what our generation is doing to culture.
No.
Correct. Basically say Lilo Stitch original on the left, live action.
Am I wrong?
On the right.
Did I fall prey to fake news?
That's gotta be a meme.
It was a random fucking lady, but she actually did this to the painting.
To the painting. Oh no.
Yeah.
Wait, she painted over it. And
this is what it looks like now.
Fuck.
I remember this making the rounds on Reddit like way back when, and this was just like the meme. Yeah, it was. They just fucked up the painting. They just hired some random lady to restore.
Guys, can I tell you what I really think is the problem with our generation? No one's raising their kids telling their kids that they suck. Sometimes you're bad. Sometimes you're bad and you can't do it. And people and teachers and parents and the people in the world need to tell you you suck.
Oh shit! This was just like a vigilante person who just that's abhorrent. Holy shit!
What? Like she went into the museum and painted this?
Just random lady with her little Crayola paintbrush went and did this.
That's obscene,
dude. But yeah.
See, because I think back in the Michelangelo era, people were heavily criticized. I bet you were shamed to death for not being good at stuff.
Publicly flogged.
People who aren't good at things are being propped up because everyone's too nice. I think we're gonna live in a really nice culture that actually makes us meaner to each other eventually and creates worse art, and that's what we're living in. Yeah, you need to know when you suck.
I'm sorry. Good? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What's happening? What's happening?
The Resurrection of the Christ, the sequel to the hit Mel Gibson movie Passion of the Christ.
Sequel? I never saw the Passion of the Christ, but did it not already have like him raised from the dead? They end it when he dies.
I swear.
I assumed it would have been the resurrection.
If you're gonna tell the story of Jesus, I'm assuming you would tell the whole story.
The whole story, right?
Why the hell would you? What?
That's fucking funny.
Come back with a vengeance. He comes back with AKs.
They should just call it like the Revenge of the Christ.
That would, dude.
Dude, I would go see that. Are you kidding me? It's the same sort of principle of YMS saying like, imagine Lilo and Stitch live action, but Lilo just played by Danny DeVito. And nobody acknowledges it. It was like, that sounds fucking great. I would go see that. If it was just Revenge of the Christ and he just has Roadhouse 2, haven't seen the first one. 2. This seems like not necessary.
Wait, I didn't know this was a sequel. I thought this was just a remake of Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, I thought it was just a sequel. I never saw a 2 associated with it.
I like sequels that are doing things legitimately different with some sort of idea behind it. Because Lilo and Stitch live action with Danny DeVito playing Lilo.
Oh, they're making another Roadhouse?
No, the Roadhouse remake happened. This is a sequel to the Roadhouse remake.
They're making more Roadhouse. Why?
This summer, God 3 though. Dude, that would be sick if they had a trilogy of them and they called them like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That'd be sick. Yeah. And they could they could release a box set called the Holy Trinity. Fuck! That's so good.
Holy Trinity.
It writes itself.
That's a missed opportunity from Mel Gibson, not the visionary we needed.
Yeah. Can I get a Virgin Mary movie though? Like,
you can.
That's the prequel. That's the prequel movie.
Oh, we'll do it. We'll do it 30 years. We'll do it.
But we'll do it Hobbit style. Later. We'll do it like we'll split the Virgin Mary story into a trilogy.
Yeah, we'll split her apart. It'll be crazy.
Yikes.
Just like Joseph didn't.
Oh no, they definitely fucked.
They totally did. They fucked and had a baby out of wedlock and spawned a whole religion.
Jeez.
Well, God also fucked her apparently.
That's true. That's true. Nah.
Dogma 2. I've never seen.
I haven't seen it either, but it's very it's a Kevin Smith movie, and from what I hear, it's very much a movie of its time, which is the last kind of movie that you want to make like a sequel for. Yeah. Also, Clerks 3 was ass. I'm sorry, Kevin Smith.
I'm sure it was.
I think Kevin Smith is a product of his time, and it made sense back then. But sorry, buddy.
Watch. Well, if you feel that strong, we put it in the fucking movie suggestion.
Yeah, make a suggestion, Gingy.
Dirty Dancing 2.
Why? Wait, Patrick. Are they gonna reuse Patrick Swayze?
Maybe it's someone who looks like Patrick Swayze and deep make his face.
Is he dead? Is Swayze dead?
He is dead.
He is dead. Okay.
He's been dead for like 10 years.
That's not gonna stop him.
5 years?
I know. It won't stop. Well, they could if they remake Ghost, it'll make more sense.
2009, yeah, over 10 years ago.
Yeah. No, well, most movies don't need a sequel. Most of these stories were very concise, very finite. They're not
from the people making these decisions. They need a sequel. People are gonna pay for it. What the hell is this? The Ice Road?
Ice Road 2, Road to the Sky.
I don't know.
A Liam Neeson movie?
I guess there was a Liam Neeson movie called Ice. I never saw it though.
Okay.
This is a genre. Liam Neeson is a genre of movies.
He is.
He's got his own.
Wait, was
genre.
he also who was the dad in Day After Tomorrow?
It was Dennis Quaid.
Oh, Dennis
Quaid. Not Liam Neeson. But if you want another snow movie, there is another snow movie with Liam Neeson where he fights wolves with broken bottles.
Oh,
of
yeah.
The Gray?
What was it?
The Gray.
Yeah.
You got it.
What about Cold Pursuit?
Dude, okay, how many ice movies is this
Or
man in?
Ice Road Terror.
Oh!
This is definitely like an Asylum thing, right?
That looks beyond Asylum.
Okay, what's going on in this thumbnail here? Let me just zoom in here.
Clive Owen, what's he up to?
No, what's going on in this thumbnail here for Ice Road 2?
That is an interesting thumbnail. Centigrade. The Marksman. Dude, there are way too many Liam Neeson movies. That's getting wild. That's beyond the joke that it used to be 10 years ago. I didn't realize we were still living in the Liam Neeson era.
Did you ever see that shot of Liam Neeson jumping over a fence in Taken 3?
What? No. No.
I mean, he's in his fucking like 60.
He's old.
Like
he was old for the. That's what was novel about the first Taken. He was already.
Yeah, it was
old.
like, oh, he's just an old man doing like all these jump cuts to make him
He
look like
was the
Liam
original
Neeson,
John Wick.
Liam Neeson jumping over a fence. Let's see how many cuts they took. Let's see how many cuts they took to make it happen.
Correct. I think he did start a genre. You got to give him some credit.
He started the genre of retired like badass. That's pretty cool though.
Let me count it. Let me count it here.
How many cuts there are? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh my goodness. That is some editing magic.
That's fucking crazy.
Jump cuts, baby. That's the style.
An actual jump cut. They're making another Blue Streak.
Blue Streak too.
Oh wait,
give me the link. I blinked. You got it.
Is Steve Zahn gonna be in it?
Hang on. We'll show it one more time here, and then I'll share the link.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14.
Wow, yeah, that's good. That's good.
14 shots for a fence jump.
Blue Streak 2. I don't know what this is. What's
It
Blue Streak?
was like
Pizza.
cop. No, that was National Security is the one with Steve Zahn.
No, this is Martin Lawrence. This is where Martin
There's
Lawrence
one with Steve Zahn and Martin Lawrence, right?
is a bank robber, and he hides his stash in an abandoned building, and he intends to go back there later.
That is
but he gets
unfortunate.
arrested. So by the time he gets out of prison, the place where he stashed the loot is
now
a police station now. So he has to pretend to be a police officer in order to find the loot that he stashed in that building that has now since been.
See, that sounds like a fun, dumb one-off movie.
One-off movie.
Why
the fuck are they making a sequel?
There's no reason for a sequel.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Spring Breakers though.
Ooh, yeah. Show me some
I still wasn't sure this was a real movie. Because it's like, the whole point is like, hey, look at these famous girls in bikinis. I thought it was like a joke movie.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Great.
They're not even that attractive. Vanessa Hudgens has to be dead by now, right?
She's like 40 something, so.
Gross.
Ugh. Anyone over 30 is old.
Gross.
Everyone over 30 looks like what Andrew looks like right now with his Miyazaki face.
Completely unfuckable.
We say as people over 30.
Over 30.
Yes.
This is what I look like.
Trash's Revenge.
Dead.
I don't know what this is.
I don't know
trash?
I don't know what any of this is.
Return of the Living Dead is one of the most beloved zombie films of all time. I've never seen it.
Okay, boomer.
I have a feeling
Just
that's
start shitting on both generations above and below us.
It's everyone's fault, not mine.
Well, that's why I'm okay to take the blame. Because it's happening right now, and people my age are working in these places. So I'm okay blaming.
We're of the age of people who should be controlling.
Right now, we are we're like the majority generation. Like, we're spending the most money, and we're making the most things.
We're the chuggiest generation.
So I blame us. Just by numbers, I blame us.
It's our responsibility. Everything Jerry picks up looks like he's being stored in a sleeping bag. I just like pull out my fucking bottle opener.
Jerry's sleeping bag.
It's in Jerry's sleeping bag. Yeah. That's where Jerry keeps putting his arm into Jerry's sleeping bag.
So he can feel what's
in there. Jerry, are you in there? Jerry.
God, this would be such a great time for me to have like a prop skeleton that I just pull up.
Oh man, why don't you just have like your floor covered in props for things?
I need to plan my bits better.
On. Prop comedy, Jared, get with it.
That's your future. Jerry.
All right, well,
hot pizza.
Now that we've set the standard for present day media, maybe we could go into something like this.
I do appreciate that we opened up with just how vicious Miyazaki is about his craft.
Dude.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
well,
you look at a movie like this and you see just how much fucking effort.
This is a marble sculpture. This is years of work.
Some context for this. Miyazaki was only a producer on this movie, and this is actually the directorial debut of Yoshifumi Kondo, who unfortunately tragically passed away from a brain aneurysm a couple years after this movie came out.
Oh damn.
Rough.
That sucks.
So Miyazaki was involved in this, but it was directed by Yoshifumi Kondo for this one. But it is under the umbrella of Studio Ghibli.
How much Jared wants to be that main character on the bike right
now.
With his little short-haired girlfriend.
Yeah.
Y'all are reading me all wrong on this one.
Oh, he wants to be the girl, sorry.
Wait, are you the guy that gets rejected by her early on?
Oof! Oh, God.
Sugamaru, whatever.
So brutal.
I really feel for that guy. That sucks. That sucks.
And
so we're just friends? Yep.
Forever? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh. And then that scene later where they're both like running to school together. It's like,
the awkwardness. Like you can run ahead. It's okay. It's like, yeah.
I'm gonna just go do that now.
Dude, that was so mean.
But yeah. So okay. I guess I can set the stage with like some context here in terms of like why this is one of my favorite movies of all time, because I did say when it first got rolled that it's for a very personal and emotional reason, not necessarily indicative of like the objective quality of the movie or whatever. I still think it's a great movie, well made.
It has a personal meaning.
Break down to us the era of your life in which you.
Where were you?
It's all gonna make sense. No, because I first watched this movie.
I could guess.
I first watched this movie around 2013.
Okay. In college years.
Yes, I was recently broken up with by my high school sweetheart of 3 years.
Yep.
Asian
and
woman.
I started watching this movie, and
Asian woman.
Here's the thing. I watched this movie.
What does Shizuki rhyme with?
No. You're getting it all twisted here. You're getting it all twisted.
I know.
Because this was the first time I was watching the movie, and I was still sort of like, Steven can probably vouch for the fact that, like, you know, high school valedictorian, all I really focused on was like that railroad track of like getting good grades, so I get to a good college, get to a good job or whatever. This was the first time that, like, as I was watching this movie, especially the scene that like resonated with me the most when I watched it was when Shizuku was talking with her parents at the kitchen table, saying like, "Is this something that you have to be doing?"
Like you have to do.
Right? It's not easy to walk your own path because you're the only one responsible for it. And the whole sort of segment of her like sort of writing that story, but also like, her grades are failing and she's getting scolded by her parents, but like they're also allowing her to do this. That was the first time that it ever clicked in my brain as somebody who was raised on just like, get good grades, do good in school, just follow this rail. I'm just like,
you were a Shiho before you watched this movie.
Wait, you can do that? Like that was the first time that ever popped into my brain. And because of if I hadn't have watched this movie straight up, Cypher wouldn't exist.
Ooh.
This literally inspired me to make Cypher because I'd watched this movie. My exams were coming up. My first semester of freshman year was fucking rough. Probably one of the most like anxious that I've ever been in my life because I'm barely squeaking by. I have to maintain a certain GPA to stay in this house that's paying for my housing and stuff like that. And I'm barely riding the line. My final exams are coming up for this last semester, which is my last chance to get these sorts of grades to get to the threshold that I need to stay here. And instead, I decide after watching this movie to start finally getting into game development. It's like, I'm going to try and take this seriously. I'm going to see, like, I'm going to spend my summer doing this thing. my exams aren't done yet. There's still projects that I have to turn in and stuff like that. But I'm like brainstorming things about like the sort of game that I want to make. I'm making like little assets for Cypher and starting to like piece together the story and things like that. And it ended up being one of the most like fulfilling summers of my life making that game. And it's because this movie inspired me to do it. It's exactly the sort of movie. It's like perfect place, perfect time for me to see this film and just be like, and just sort of like change the trajectory of my life, which is why it's always going to be so special to me, regardless of what people say about like the quality of it or whether or not they personally resonate with it. It doesn't matter to me because it's just a very special movie to me.
I think like those types of messages in this movie are super strong. Like they do a really good job of making you like feel that with the characters.
It's such
ambition.
I wish
the
like
ambition and like I can't not just follow this. I need to put everything into this right now. Otherwise
I have to do it.
Otherwise I feel like I'm failing myself.
I wish more movies.
I
wish more movies had this kind of tone or this kind of message. Like it's such a unique message that I feel like a certain audience of people will really strongly resonate with. You know, I don't think like this is definitely what I think is one of the more underrated Ghibli movies because it doesn't have that sort of universal appeal of something like Spirited Away or Princess Mononoke or something like that.
It's a lot more like grounded in the realism of there. Obviously, there's those like different parts where it's about her story with the cat and her, which they like, especially the thumbnail on Max is literally of them like falling through the sky.
Yes,
I'm like, all of this stuff. It makes you think that is going to be
it's so misleading. Yeah,
it is so misleading, and then that's like 10 minutes out of the total 2 hours of the movie is of her story of that stuff.
It's not important.
No, and it
like,
is
it's important that she's like making that, and that's like where her like passion is and stuff. But that is not like the imagery story of the movie.
What she's like writing doesn't matter.
Right. It's also like intentionally a little bit like amateurish as well, right? Like the things that are happening in those fantasy sequences, like they kind of make sense and they're a little bit cool, but like it feels a little juvenile in its writing because it is
childlike.
Yes.
It's childlike.
And then,
but to imply that the entire movie is going to be like this is so weird. I actually like legitimately when I was looking for the movie poster for this.
I waited that whole movie for that fucking doll to turn into a real cat or a real cat person.
Yeah, it makes you think that is like. That's going to be this like character, this magical character that like
it's the best when you put like it's like
look at that. Yeah,
half and half. It's just like this one and this one.
On HBO, the thumbnails on like streaming services are always of the fantasy land.
So I'm assuming you went into this movie not knowing anything about it.
Zero.
So you probably were expecting like the fanciful element to like start coming into play.
I was waiting for the Narnia moment. She went off chasing. She went off chasing the cat. And like,
that cat is going to turn out to be that big, like like the Baron, and then.
The movie like tricked me over and over again. It just like cloaked me up and till the very end.
At a certain point, there's been so much of the movie where we're just like following her very personal story.
Yeah,
everything is very like realistic, like grounded.
I guess we're not.
And then you're like,
doing that.
We haven't gotten here yet. I feel like there's only like 30 minutes left in the movie.
Right, and then you start seeing these fantasy sequences. You're just like. Okay. All right. I'm officially on board with this being a grounded movie. Like 75% of the way through it.
I would honestly say that they probably could have even done without those and had her just sort of explaining her story. But I will say there are a few like come-worthy moments in this movie of like visual stuff.
Yes.
And the first time you see like all of like those like floating island things and stuff in her fantasy world, and just how much details in there.
Yeah, all like the clouds and shit.
All the clouds and stuff. Holy shit, that's beautiful. There's that moment, and then the other moment that I really liked,
like the tunnel scene,
like sunrise screen.
Oh, the fucking sunrise!
That over the fucking like cityscape. Oh my god, I sat there just like in awe of what I was looking at. Holy shit!
I was mad.
Because like obviously it's one of those things where like. Obviously, like modern like paintings and stuff are a little bit more like. There's a lot of like fine detail to make it look like realistic and things like that. But this was like very much just like a
Jared, I think you are an amazing person.
That I was just
you have done a lot in your life, more than I ever could. You are awesome, taking care of your kitty cat and everything. I'm proud of you and know that we support you with hugs.
Oh, thank you, Ninja. I appreciate it.
So sweet.
Dude, the way everything moved in this movie was just like God damn it. Just even the most mundane shots, the most mundane shots are just like, that took a lot of time to do.
Yeah.
So I actually wish
like that
I wish that I had not looked for the wrong. I wish that I had not been misled about this movie by how, because even the way the movie starts and how it presents. So my issues with this movie are basically how it's organized for the most part.
I can understand that.
Where it places its priorities, because the stuff that was the most meaningful for me, I think, was a little bit hidden. And I think that I was so overwhelmed by the presentation of this movie that I didn't get to appreciate things as much as I would have otherwise.
Yeah.
I think if I allowed myself to just relax and just be like, no, it's just something that I always think about when I watch movies like this is there's a kind of painting called genre painting, and it's an old school kind of painting from like Renaissance era or something, where you just paint people doing just normal stuff, just living normal lives. And what makes it so special is how honest it is and the amount of detail, because it's depicting something real. It's not hiding anything, and I think that's what makes this so innocent and honest and pure. Is it's literally just depicting a real life. This could actually just be recording real people just doing real people stuff. There's really nothing
so
overly
authentic.
dramatic about it.
Yeah,
it's so pure. But I think and this is kind of my beef sometimes with Ghibli movies, is they're so innocent and they're so nice. Like it's what I could almost consider a polite movie.
Sure.
Like Ghibli movies almost ask me permission, like, would it be okay if I showed you something weird right now? And I'm like, yeah, I guess that's okay. And they're like,
that'd be all right.
Okay, we're gonna show you in a second some weird stuff. So just hang on, and it's gonna get really pretty later.
What you're describing right now is probably why people were so fucking traumatized by Grave of the Fireflies.
Oh, Grave of the Fireflies. Well, it makes me actually really interested in that one.
Yeah,
but
it's a great movie. You just got to be prepared for it.
The tone of Ghibli movies always tends to be so whispery and soft. Like it doesn't have a lot of drama to it, because it's just trying to be very focused and direct. The most dramatic things are the visuals, like the way it sort of fixates on a sunrise, right, when they don't have to do that. And it's not like the sunrise has some significant imagery to the story. It's just that was
fucking pretty.
It was something that the characters thought was beautiful, so you should think it's beautiful too. That's it.
I think it appeals to people on like a sort of like primal or subconscious level of just like it bubbles up like an emotion. It bubbles up like an emotion in you rather than like what am I trying to say here? Rather than like depicting things like, not literally, that sounds too reductive, of just like watching a Studio Ghibli movie is kind of more of just like a how do I say this? It's one of the few sorts of like series of movies where I can like legitimately like turn my brain off and have it wash over me. But if you leave your brain turned on, you still get rewarded for the sort of experience of it. But it's one of those sorts of like pantheon of movies where like I can watch it without going into like analysis mode of like, okay, why did they do this? Why did I like this thing? I just kind of like feel the emotion emanating from it, and that's kind of where I get most of my enjoyment out of movies like these, I feel like.
And I can tell that that's the purpose of a movie like this, is the feelings that it's meant to evoke, and that everything here is kind of ambient. The plot is not like a super good thing in this movie. It's not like it's bad. It's not like it's bad. It's not a bad plot.
You don't need to pull your punches. I'm already like,
I think it's a poorly managed plot is the problem, and I think that it fixates on the wrong things, and it dwells on some things too long.
Yeah.
But in that same respect, that same sort of care is applied to the visual. I think the visuals are actually more important than what's ever being like actually happening. The actually scenarios that are going on.
Yeah. Because
clearly the things that we would find beautiful in here, like even when they come down to play music in that basement, like just sort of the wholesome nature of people just being happy is like, they are happy. You should feel happy too. And it's not telling you to feel happy. It's just remember times like this in your life. We're going to try to depict this in a way that you can relate from your own memories and try to place yourself there.
You've honed in on something very specific that I wanted to talk about in terms of like, we've talked about how heartless and emotional I can be for things that do or don't make me cry.
Yes. Cold-hearted Slosky, they call it.
This movie is a great example of, I've tried to describe what exactly it is that does make me cry for certain things. There were like 2 or 3 points in this movie where I was absolutely shedding tears. And it's the thing that makes me generally well up with tears and cry is the high level concept is like nostalgia, but not in the same way of just like, oh, I remember that, I like it. It's when a piece of media can bring me back to some sort of point, some sort of moment in my life that's like very emotionally resonant or strong. Those sorts of things will definitely shed some tears for me. So like that sort of innocence of just like being in a basement, being happy, playing music with a bunch of people. Not necessarily that specific scenario, but that emotion that scene is conveying.
In a basement with like a digital camera, maybe.
No. But it reminds me of that era of innocence where just like you don't have a lot to worry about.
There's nothing to worry about.
And there's so much to discover, sort of thing, right?
It's very disarming.
Yeah. So like that scene with like them playing Country Roads, I'm just like, oh my god, I love this.
Yeah.
And then also the scene where the grandpa is giving his feedback to Shizuku about her story, and she starts bawling. I'm just like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
That is pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie.
No, there's a lot of good moments because I like you pointed out earlier, like her conversation with her dad and like stuff like that, and her parents.
Dude,
yes,
like, I love that moment of just like,
and it's such a good, it's such a good moment. I think it's such a good and important moment for kids that age to see. You know, it's like. It's such a cool representation of that.
Also for parents to see,
because
because I feel like not everyone grows up either having an ambition or knowing what it's like to pursue something or to have that stopped in your tracks. So to show parents, like, imagine your kid had something they needed to do.
Yeah,
like
do what, stomp that out, like
do what this dad did. Don't do what the college girl did, where she's like, "This is my path."
This. This dad is so fucking chill.
Actually,
the way he softly just said, like, you do what you need to do.
Yeah, he asks like, is this something that you need to do? And she's like, yeah. It's like, all right.
Well, I mean, he actually like cares about like her. It's so good.
Those are the moments where I pointed at the screen. I'm like, fuck you. Where this movie was just so like, fuck you.
So
that's
deeply
cute.
like personal.
Fuck you. That's cute.
Right.
Yeah. It does.
I love that shit.
It's
like that. Those are the type of moments that I really like in this movie, and like just like like those nostalgic, like, oh, we're just all singing a song in the basement, and then the parents and everything.
Yeah.
Like, that stuff really resonates with me.
Oh,
I'll be honest, like
so
I don't
nice.
necessarily care about their love story as much.
That's the thing for me is like I don't care about it as much either. In fact, I think when I first saw this movie, like the very last scene is like, "Will you marry me?" I'm like, "Yes." I'm like,
that's so funny because they're in fucking middle school.
I know. It's not the I liked the sort of implied romance or I liked the kinship that they had with each other that I could totally see blossoming into a romance. I didn't like it when it was like explicitly spelled out like that because the stuff that I really liked about this movie were those sorts of like I think most people probably have problems with the first half where it's kind of like a meandering slice of life sort of thing. I still like those moments because it still reminds me of that sort of era, that kind of innocence. I'm just a sucker for like a lot of coming of age sort of stories because they can happen in a variety of different ways. But obviously I'm most interested in like the sort of finding your purpose and your passion in life and pursuing that with your whole heart sort of thing that the back half of the movie tends to explore. I'm in the same boat where I'm like, I'm not necessarily as interested in the romance between these two characters, but I love how they play off of each other and push each other like to pursue what they want to be doing.
Yeah, like his ambition of being able to like make violins by like hand and everything pushes her to become a writer.
Yeah,
and all that. Like that stuff is good.
That's great. And that's, I think, a foundation of a great relationship, but I don't need it like spelled out and be like actually get like mushy and will you marry me sort of thing.
I actually laughed out loud when he asked her to marry.
It's weird.
It was such like a weird ending.
It was funny.
It was
and the awkward hug he gives her.
The awkward hug. They could have probably done something different there.
I think they could have. Yeah.
They could have focused more on the like, oh, like we're both going like our separate ways now, but like we're pushing each other to.
Honestly, standing
it's
in
sort
the
of like a melancholic sort of way. Yeah.
Right. Like the future's sort of uncertain, but they're both sort of getting motivated to drive themselves by each other. And then the implication that maybe eventually they'll come back together, but I don't need it. laid out for me necessarily.
I didn't need that. You could have cut it right before it says, "Will you marry me?" Like, cut it at them just sort of looking at each other with the sunset and talking about what they're gonna do next, or not knowing what's gonna happen.
That would be great. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it would have also sold that like the movie wasn't about like their romance so much as it was like people who sort of inspire each other.
Exactly.
Right. The inspiration behind it, I think, is more important.
Yeah.
And because then that like you walk away from that thinking about like, do I have someone in my life that inspires me? And it's not about romance. It's about do the people in your life back you up? Do they inspire you? Do they motivate you?
It's a similar concept to like that soulmate discussion in Good Will Hunting. You know, like these sorts of people that push you to be a better person or push you to realize your fullest potential, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm absolutely like, even before this discussion, the first time I watched this movie, I've been on the same page with you guys in terms of that regard. Like the last 10 seconds of this movie, I'm just like, darn. Sort of thing.
Okay. Like it's
all
sweet.
right.
Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
Like it's sweet and
it's sweet. It's naive middle schoolers, but I'm just like, I kind of would have liked it without that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have like a huge problem with it. It's just like the worst part of the movie.
It's not great. Yeah. Now, I do wish that the movie was more about the pursuit of their ambitions. And
I think I agree. I still enjoy the first half of the movie, but the stuff that resonates with me the most, the stuff that I love the most about this movie, is more so the back half.
I think it just spends too much time trying to connect her to Seiji.
Well, they try to really just like shove the romance part down your throat a lot of times. I was like, I mean, that's fine if that's what you want to do, but the other message that's underneath what you're trying to say
it's so much more poignant.
Is better and more compelling.
Yeah.
So I'd rather them really just like lean into that.
There's unfortunately like a couple of directions that this movie
honestly, I think she should have ended up with the old man.
He could have been her Louise.
I loved every time he was talking about like his like metaphors with the fucking like geode.
That was another scene where I'm just like, before I watched this movie this week, I was trying to remember how much I remembered of it. I remembered the country road scene, the sitting in the room with the parents, the scene where he like talks to her about her work and stuff, and that geode scene. I'm just like, and I'm thinking about before I'm watching this movie, I'm like, man, I hope this movie is as great as I remember it, because I love my memories of this movie.
There's a lot of really good,
and I still love this movie.
In this,
they're so great, and they always have a great like purpose to them.
Yeah, they're like really good in a vacuum, but like, there's other things where it's like, I wish they would have done some other stuff here, but you know, overall, I'm quite positive on the movie. It's just, I kind of wish they did other things in some regard, but.
My harshest opinion is that I'm mostly bored.
That's fair. I didn't. I basically expect. I didn't suggest this movie like hoping that you guys would like it. In fact, both of y'all are being like 50 times more positive than I expected you to be. I mostly suggested this movie to kind of showcase like something that I really enjoy that sort of like defines someone like me. This is very much like you're getting some very deep, like you saw a part of my soul watching this movie.
Well, this is the anime version of Whiplash.
Sure, yeah, basically, yeah.
This is the friendly
like
Disney
it's got a lot of themes of like soul, but I also knew going into it, it's like this is also really like slice of lifey, and that is a very polarizing opinion. Like that's a very polarizing genre. I know that I have a proclivity for it, and the Ruds hate it with a passion. So I'm just like, I don't know. It's a coin toss as to whether or not they're gonna enjoy this movie. But it doesn't matter to me because it's still very special and important to me. So it's just like something that I kind of wanted to show whether or not you liked it, you know?
Yeah, I honestly.
So saying you were bored is not surprising to me at all, and
I wish they would have spent more time with her writing. Because that was very
and I think I agree. As much as I enjoy the slice of life stuff,
felt like, because most of the stuff that she was doing before was just like she was really into reading books and everything, and she translated Country Roads
like some
into
poetry
other
stuff.
things and some poetry and stuff like that. But you never really saw like the creative side of her until like the end, and then suddenly she's like writing these like fantastical stories. And I think I don't know. I just would have liked to see that sooner rather than
I think I agree.
So long.
Show that she's someone
that be a more consistent thing throughout the whole.
Show that she's someone who's shy about pursuing those things. She if it made it clear that she loves reading books, but she's like, I could never do that. Like I admire these other people who make things, but I could never do that because I would never be perfect or something. You know, like show a little bit of that anxiety.
I think we need to see like her vulnerability a little bit more. I would say. Because there's not like we only see it like when she gives it to the old man and she's like worried about what he's gonna think about it. She's like, oh, it's not finished and all this other stuff.
She's a little worried about and a little bit critical about like the lyrics that she gives the choir team, but it's very like minor.
It's very just like,
very minor.
Well, it feels very passive.
It's just like she's not like by the end of it, I'm not like surprised that she starts writing. It's more of like oh, of course she started writing something. Rather than I would have preferred that being more of a struggle with her trying to
stick with something.
It's a very personal thing to like write out the story that's been probably in her head for a while, and the fact that they sort of just like start dropping that stuff like an hour and a half into the movie.
You know what? A more fun way for them to have done this is the second she saw the Baron. Like she's someone. Make it clear that like, the dad points out that she always reads fiction. So obviously, like she loves fantasy and stuff.
Yeah.
But the second she sees that Baron, she should have already been concocting stories in her brain.
She should start making that story up in her head.
Making that story up immediately, and that later it becomes a how do I get this out? You know, it's all personal to her, and then seeing Seiji like actually take something that's in his brain, in his heart, and turning it into something physical that other people enjoy. Like she learns the value and like the struggle of taking something that you find personal and creating it for someone else. I think that they could have done that from like the 15-minute mark. They could have done that
really early on, and I just want more of her just like writing passion in the movie. I would say I just want more of the like. All right, we don't necessarily have to have a whole movie of the fantasy land of the cat and the.
No, I don't need that. I actually don't want that.
But I just need more of things revolving around that. I guess.
I do think that I agree that would make the overall movie stronger. Again, this is coming from somebody who enjoys the first half of this movie.
I don't think the first half is like bad, but it's definitely like.
But
it could be better, and there are definitely some boring parts of it where I'm like, all right, you're just sort of drawing this out a little bit.
I would definitely make the argument that the themes of like finding your way through life, discovering your passion, and throwing those sort of anxieties away to pursue it, in my opinion, is like the core message, the core heart of this movie. And I do think that if they kind of like focused a bit more on that rather than like the overall sort of like ambient world building that they do in the first half, it probably would have been stronger. I'm in a weird position where we're saying like, I really like that first half, but I'd probably like it more. But I'd probably like it more if I agree when I agree with you guys as well. You know, like it's
just a lot of the.
I agree, despite the fact that I still really like that stuff.
It's just Japanese high school stuff that has nothing to do with her writing passion most of the time.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, that's the distracting thing is that it feels like there's kind of two movies here.
Because I don't necessarily mind the slice of life stuff, but I need it to be relevant to the main theme of the movie. And
I can understand. I totally get that.
It can't just be like meaningless scenes of just like people at home. Like I don't think that I'm anti slice of life. I've never just watched a slice of life anime, but I feel like I've seen slice of life in anime that I've watched.
Known frequent hater Andrew.
That's true. It's much slice of life, even though there's a lot of them.
Wait, okay. Well then let's if
I have no beef in this. I have no beef in this because I've never seen the show. I just thought that would be a fun button to push.
This will be helpful to me. This will be helpful. Is Free Ren a good example of a slice of life anime?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I would say it's more slice of life than shonen.
Is it a good example? I know it's not shonen. Is it a good example of slice of life anime?
Palma says, I think no.
It's like a weird like fantasy slice of life. It's not like a good example of like this is peak slice of life because it's mostly drama. It's mostly the fantasy of like the world and the drama.
Massive says no.
I guess.
Okay. See, because I don't think that I've watched
slice of life elements in it. I would say, like,
to me, like a core
IQ, right?
I think to me a core aspect of slice of life as a connoisseur of it. Is the fact that like there's not a lot of
things don't matter.
The character development and the plot progression is very much like subtext and happens in the background sort of thing. So like if you watch like the first episode of A Slice of Life and the last episode of that same series, you can definitely notice like a difference in like character mannerisms and relationships and things like that. But the overarching plot that happens throughout the entire series doesn't focus on that development. It's kind of just like a lot of miscellaneous interactions on a day-to-day life sort of thing. And they kind of grow through those interactions very, very like slowly and subtly to the point where like you're not even really noticing any changes until like sometimes these big climactic moments will happen and it's like, oh wow, they've come so far sort of thing. My understanding of Frieren is that it's got a directed narrative that's very character centric. So like the drama between the characters and the way that things progress is more of the focus, which makes it a little less slice of lifey, despite the fact that like it does have a lot of daily interactions between characters. You immediately said bad, wrong, and I don't have an opinion to refute that. So it really is just a debate between you two to sort of make that, because I don't know.
No, well,
I'm going based on what like I'm just going based on like what my perception of Frieren kind of it doesn't seem like it's a slice of life show, but it does seem like it's definitely much more focused on like interpersonal character interactions than like your typical shonen action.
It's more focused on the characters themselves, and like this.
Like I think that's every
kind of walking around and doing things, rather than like, oh, this big threat's happening, and everyone has to take care of it. Like there's a evil villain.
Okay,
it's more of like a segmented like
social
it's more of just
Wait,
like
so where were you going with that point?
Journey adventure type, like slice of life adventure.
We're all talking about slice of life, because we're pointing out that Whisper of the Heart had a lot of like the first half is just mostly slice of life.
Yes,
and I am trying to have a better definition of what that is, because I don't think I've ever watched anything that was an exclusively genre specific slice of life.
From my perspective, and where I was going with that point, Grizz, was that from my perspective, Frieren is probably not a good example of slice of life, despite having not seen it, because slice of life is
seems like most people agree.
Slice of life is very non-directional in its plot progression, and like there is in a good slice of life, there is like character growth and plot progression, but it all kind of happens in the background, and you kind of see it in retrospect during like more important moments every now and then for like a special episode or something like that. Whereas with Frieren, it sounds like it's constantly developing and evolving in the foreground. So my point was that Frieren's probably not slice of life. It's not like if you put like it feels wrong to put like a show like Frieren and K-On! In the same bucket. You know,
I don't.
K-On! Is absolutely slice of life. Butchie is I don't know. I haven't seen Butchie, but K-On! is like poster child slice of life.
I think Frieren is more slice of life than you think, because it is a lot of just them sort of traveling around and just a bunch of segmented stories that they're really not doing crazy different things. It's mostly just them exploring the world. There is like an overall like they are moving towards like a certain destination, but it's all the small journeys along the way and like the people they meet and things like that.
Okay.
So
like,
it's not necessarily
so
like,
needs to buy a gift for somebody today. Let's go to the market and find the gift.
That's some slice of life shit. If that's an episode, absolutely.
It's pretty slice of life in that regard, I would say.
Well, I imagine that a good slice of life is it's really focused on the characters, right? So it matters that the characters are good.
Are you saying the Frieren characters aren't good? Because fuck you if you're saying that.
Bad characters, not interesting.
Bad opinion.
Someone clip this so that we can put it in the highlight for worst takes.
I think most people watching Frieren that like Frieren have particular scenes in mind.
They like those armpit scenes.
They love how thirsty that fucking show is, and anyone denying it is lying. Because it is in your face. Frieren doesn't say anything interesting, do anything interesting. Her whole arc is like, I'm old and you're gonna like, I live longer than you, so I don't care about anything. Why bother making friends? And everyone's like, no, but we can be friends.
You're really embodying your face right now.
Her whole arc is that yes, she was an elf, that lives longer than everyone else,
Yes.
and she doesn't pick up on all these like sort of emotional things everyone does. But as she's journeying through these things and remembering all these things about Hamel or whatever the fuck his name is, she's realizing more and more like, I actually did care about him and everything like that. So,
but it's the same thing every episode. It's not like a growing thing. And it's not like a growing thing where she's like, wow, I really am learning and changing and appreciating these people. It's such a slow, boring. She doesn't actually develop in anything interesting. It's like she's not overcoming some great tragedy in her life.
Oh, yeah,
it's
because
not
her just sitting there just being like, yes, I do think this would definitely be a much better thing rather than being a subtle change as you're going through this.
It's not subtle. It's not subtle. It's not subtle in the slightest. It is in your face.
You're making it sound like you want her to just come out and just say it. Like, yeah, I
want more. I want her to be an interesting person. Just the fact that she's like, I don't remember their names because they don't matter. But like that guy that clearly loved me.
She has of her journey with the fucking like demon slaying hero.
But I'm not learning anything in the audience watching it. Like, it's so apparent from episode 1 what the show is about, and it never does anything other than that thing. It's literally Handmaid's Tale. It's like, hey,
don't you dare!
It's like, hey, Frieren has this one character flaw. We're going to spend the next 30 episodes exploring the same problem with that character flaw over and over again, and in such a subtle and in such a like passive way where like you feel like the things that they're doing matter, but really it's just hiding the fact that it's doing the same thing every episode. And then every once in a while it's like, hey, look, a dragon. But even that's not interesting because none of the characters she meets has anything unique about them. They're all the same characters and they all say the same things in the same tone, go to the same places, and it all looks the same. And then every once in a while you get a flash of Frieren's feet or her butt where she's naked, and suddenly everyone
you're the only one who's focusing on those things. You're the pervert.
And she gets stuck. See, this is what I see on YouTube Shorts: is everyone arguing about this. Everyone argues. You show me. Do I have to pull the scene of her on her bed with like literally the camera like zooms in on her feet and detail, and you're gonna tell me that that's not what the purpose of that shot was? And then oh no, here's the funny joke of the show: she gets stuck in a chest. Like she's kind of.
Trust me, we've already seen this list, Pomo, and Andrew immediately disagreed with it. He's showing Frieren at number 1 on my anime list.
Okay, but even
this is Andrew's worst take. Even saying that Frieren is bad.
I picked a great
I can understand you not liking parts of it, whatever, but you just saying it's unequivocally bad is just incorrect.
It's bad. It's boring. It's bad. It's boring. It's bad. It's boring.
It just isn't.
It's boring, and I don't think if y'all are saying that Frieren is slice of life, then I guess I hate slice of life because it's boring. It is boring, and the interactions between the characters is uninteresting and predictable from day 1, and it persists to be just as predictable and boring from that first episode to the 20th, and then it betrays itself by being like, oh no, we're more than that because there's fantasy involved, and it can't even get that right because none of the action in it is even worth it. So why even bother? Just have them walk between cities. Just have them.
Oh my god! You just getting the fucking like God of all magic seed. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you?
Who cares that she has more chakra or whatever than this other person? Who cares?
You asshole.
This whole discussion is this whole discussion is strangely relieving to me because the energy that Andrew is bringing right now was the same energy that I was worried he was gonna bring to this movie. And I was ready to like start thinking of some arguments to sort of defend myself, even though it's not like I don't care if you don't like this movie because it doesn't impact how I like it. But like I thought for sure, like the slice of life aspects of this movie, we're gonna have you coming in this hot.
Well, okay, but see, Frieren makes me bad because people are giving it 9s and defending it like it's one of the best shows ever made.
This is one of my 10 out of 10 movies.
Yeah, but see, Steven is over here complaining that he's like, yeah, some of this is boring, but he's like, Frieren is good? It doesn't make any sense.
Frieren is good.
You're not bored at any of Frieren?
Nope, not at all.
Now he's just digging in.
It's Rudd versus Rudd. This is rare. I
think we're gonna have to watch an episode.
Guess what Frieren has over this movie? It's got world building. This is just Japan.
This is just world.
This is just world.
The world that it's building in Frieren is just generic fantasy land.
You're crazy. You don't know.
There's nothing special about and when it shows like the little baby child that I guess you're also supposed to like be looking at their feet the whole time. When that thing pops up, like they show this thing over and over again, and they allude to what you think is gonna be like. Wow, I can't wait to learn more about the lore behind these magical characters. It's like, no, we told you everything already. We're just gonna keep showing the same stuff. You're cool with that, right? And they're like, as long as I get to see those grippers on free run, I'm pretty happy. You can show me whatever you want.
All right, the fact that you're focused on their feet so much is the problem. Because I'm watching this show and I don't look at their feet at all. The fact that you're picking it out, that's on you. What's wrong with you?
I'm picking it up because when I see YouTube shorts coming across my phone, they're all of the foot scenes from Free Run.
You're watching all these fucking thirst trap YouTube shorts. You can do that with anything.
I noticed it also when I was watching Free Run.
What's wrong with you?
I noticed it also when I was watching Free Run how often it had these lingering like detailed shots. Same to what the stuff that those guys were showing us a couple weekends ago. Like those shots where they were like clearly like that was unnecessary and didn't advance the plot or like add to the character or anything. But lingering times where it was showing like Free Run in like these sort of provocative situations, I'm like, okay, I get it. I can't be the only one that notices this. But the people defending Free Run all say, why are you paying attention to that? But what am I supposed to pay attention to? Nothing is happening! There's nothing in the show that's happening. What am I supposed to be paying attention to? Her feet are in the camera!
Stop looking at the feet.
Tell Free Run to get her fucking stubby toes out of the camera, and then walk her ass into an interesting situation and actually develop as a character. It's a good question, Gingy. That's a great question. Why is the camera from the rear side of Free Run as she's laying in bed and doing that thing where she kicks her feet and having extra lines drawn on her butt crack while having the toes come into the foreground of the camera and stay there for not just like a quick flash? Like, why is this the shot? What is this shot telling me? In directing, every shot is telling you something. So what is this shot telling me?
The tragic thing, Steven, is that I feel like I would be absolutely in your corner if I've seen this show, but I have no opinions to give.
That's fair. I think Andrew's just being one of those just like...
Oh, is it supposed to be square? I wasn't aware.
Why would a flag be square?
Why would the flag be square?
That doesn't make
I mean, that is the first image that pops up on Google Images was the square. I'm like, that can't be right. That looks like a med kit, but...
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you sure, Grizz? I don't know.
I don't know about that.
So what I need to do eventually, one of you needs to recommend.
You're not gonna like it.
No,
based on what you're saying, I don't think you're gonna like it.
No, I don't
you're
believe
into that type of genre.
I don't believe.
There's maybe
what you're describing is good writing. So it sounds like Slice of Life is totally dependent on good characters and good writing between those characters to make them believable. That's what it sounds like. Is that true? You can have Slice of Life with bad characters and bad writing. That can't be what you're arguing.
I don't think that's not what I'm arguing.
What is the strength of a Slice of Life?
So here's the thing.
How would you measure?
A Slice of Life, for the most part, is just like you're just looking at just you're looking at a slice of just a person living there.
Yeah, just people.
The true
living.
definition of it. It's just how they're going about their day and things.
So
like
how
that.
do you measure the strength of that? Is it in how well the characters are written? Is it how well the dialogue is written? What makes it good? Because I'm sure y'all have opinions about a good Slice of Life versus a bad one. So how do you measure it?
I would say it's probably the characters.
It's the appeal. It's the appeal of the characters, and if you resonate with them,
desirable characters.
Yes, whether or not you think they're like endearing in some way. It's a difficult point for me to argue, and it's one of those reasons why like I'll openly admit that I like Slice of Life while also totally understanding and agreeing with somebody who thinks they're garbage, because in some aspects, for certain Slice of Life, it is just kind of like feel-good junk food, something that you can kind of just like watch and feel nice about. There's that sort of aspect to it. But then it'll sometimes hit you with these little emotional gut punches of like, oh my God, they've gone so far, sort of thing. But I think a big part of it for me is it can be a very nice sort of like junk food feel-good escapism of just like, it's kind of like in the same way that I enjoy something like Animal Crossing, like, nothing bad happens here. And it's just a nice place to kind of like hang out and enjoy myself for like 30 minutes at a time or something like that, which is not necessarily something that everyone gets down with, you know.
So what would make
the
a
stakes
bad,
aren't usually too high.
What would make a slice of life bad?
Unlikable characters. They're annoying. They basically imagine an entire anime full of those little purple fucks from My Hero Academia. Boring. I hate them. I don't care. I actively dislike everyone that I'm seeing on screen. That sort of thing. That would make for a bad slice of life.
You should be like, you want to root for the characters even if what they're doing is mundane.
I want to root. Yes, exactly. I want to root for the characters even if what we're doing is mundane. I like the interactions between them. They have strong like character traits, even if they're like you could maybe like call them like cliched or overblown or something. They're like strongly defined, I guess, and then seeing those interactions play off of each other as they slowly like grow into better people is, I think, the main appeal of slice of life for me, at least.
Because like when I hear people talk about slice of life, my theory, and from hearing you talk about it, is that good slice of life is good characters. So I think I would like good characters. But when people are like, no, but sometimes it's also bad characters and bad, then I don't even know what people like about it.
I don't know what.
When I
say like bad characters about slice of life.
Well, y'all were saying y'all were uncertain about what makes a good slice of life.
Well, when you say good characters, I'm thinking something like
a good character is just developed and likable. Like,
yeah,
and even if they're unlikable, it's intentional from the writer. Like,
I think I was conflating like good character with like deep character. You know, like the characters can generally be like pretty shallow on the surface on slice of life, but watching them sort of like develop along the way is the sort of appeal. You're not going to get like any sort of like Breaking Bad level character from a slice of life, which is, I think, where my mind goes when you use the words like good character.
No, well, it's the same as like good art doesn't have to just be the deepest, hardest to understand thing, the most complex. It can still be simple. I think there's plenty of things that I like that are simple, but they're just well executed.
Yeah.
And I would hate to think that slice of life just has no metric for what's good or bad. Like there have to be good slice of life.
Yeah.
I would, which is why and Steven, you've said before that Haikyuu had elements of slice of life to it. And I feel like most stories, like when you say slice of life, just means any scene where just normal things are happening. So like I know examples of that exist that I've seen that I like. So I can't just assume that the whole genre is just boring. I just think there's probably versions that are just not well done.
There's a lot of anime that has slice of life elements in it, but they're not considered slice of life anime.
Sure.
Like Haikyuu's not a slice of life anime, it is a sport anime, but it has slice of life scenes in it and things like that. So it's I don't really know of any that like, or I haven't really watched any like pure this is only slice of life and nothing else happens in it type show. So I'm not like an expert on it. On the subject or anything.
Well, I'm only looking for this clarification because if we're saying that Free Run is slice of life, then I don't like slice of life.
Well, no, I said Free Run has slice of life elements, but it's mostly the fantasy and stuff.
But so does Haikyuu, and Haikyuu's good. So I just don't know. I need to know that. I don't think slice of life is the reason I don't like it. Then
I'm gonna have to. There's a certain show that I might have to rewatch before I recommend it to you, in terms of like an introductory slice of life.
Like there have to be, I think, like all the genres would have like one hero that you could watch, and like that is the example of how to do this, right?
This is a slice of life that actually has a lot of similar themes to the stuff that we've been talking about, but it has a lot more of the everyday life slice of life aspect to it. This is another one of those shows where I'm just like, wow, this was way better than I expected it to be. If anyone hasn't seen Sakura no Pet na Kanojo, this is
there's Kanojo in the name.
I know.
What is Kanojo?
Yeah, that's
Kanojo means just girl. It's called the pet girl of Sakura So Dorm.
But like what age?
High school.
What does it mean?
Yeah.
And how
most slice of life are in high school.
Sure.
This is actually going to be a great test because the main girl does get naked very frequently because she's autistic as fuck.
Cool.
And
I'm starting to wonder like if
it might just be the fan service stuff.
Used to slot in things that you actually want to watch.
No, there is like next to no sexualization in K-On! And it's my favorite slice of life ever.
I don't know. I've seen that guitar figurine that you have.
Excuse me, Pomo. You don't like this show? Fuck you.
Don't listen. Bad take. Well, Pomo, it's really tough. You historically haven't had the best opinions.
Well,
Andrew just complained about Freer and Grippers Jr. making a show with fan service. It's got fan service, but it's got a lot more. It's got themes that I think he would enjoy.
Oh, Pomo thinks it's a bad wreck. I mean, how thirsty is?
Would you recommend this or K-On?
I don't know. I haven't seen either of them.
I think I might have to. I think y'all are impartial, or you are partial. You're biased. I think I have to research what is the objectively good slice life.
Oh yeah. I think
the best slice of life anime.
What comes up?
Google. I'm not seeing a lot that I would want to watch, if I'm being honest.
Farming life in another world.
Is it just what you call boring anime?
A lot of these are like romances, honestly. Horimiya is objectively a romance anime. Wotakoi, Love is Hard for an Otaku, very great romance anime. It takes place in an office. Butchie the Rock, I guess, is slice of life. Komi, kind of slice of life, but still has a romance bend to it. Most of these I'm seeing are romance.
Well, that's what I also assumed, and that I assumed most slice of life was romance.
Not the ones that I enjoy.
Which is why we were making the comparison to Whisper of the Heart.
I enjoy a good romance anime. No, we were mostly making comparisons to Whisper of the Heart because of like the first half of Whisper of the Heart, which is, I think, kind of more your like quintessential sort of. That's kind of what's gonna, not like the teen angst sort of thing, but like the way that the characters and the plot develops in the first half of the movie is more reminiscent of a slice of life anime, but like it's. You'll get more development just because of the fact that it lasts for longer. Whereas like
you want some time with the characters, which I think like when you serialize something like a character, you want to spend time with them.
When it comes to slice of life stuff, the stuff that you saw in Whisper of the Heart is more my jam in terms of what I look for in a slice of life.
Okay,
gotcha. It's not the romance, it's not the grippers, it's just like these characters interacting with each other, and I care about like the characters and what they get up to and how they interact and stuff like that.
Yeah, Jared, what's your favorite part of the quintessential quintuplets? Because I know you've seen that.
I haven't seen it. I just read. I didn't even finish it. I got like halfway through it.
Which is your favorite?
Who do you think is my favorite? Let's just pull up.
Can we see him?
Quintessential quintuplets. Hang on, I got to be careful here.
Make sure it's
this is dangerous.
I want you. Hang on. I want you to take a wild guess.
Mastiff, back off.
I want you to take a wild guess as to who.
Be the one that looks most like the childhood friend.
As to who you think. Oops, wrong one. As to who you think is my favorite. Take a wild guess.
Far left. Or
I was gonna say middle, like almost on the far right, but before you get there.
That the brown-haired one.
Yeah.
Okay, so Steven says far left.
And I'm thinking it's
so Jerry, you say it's this one. Andrew, you say it's this one.
I think it's her, yeah.
Oh, wait, everyone's number 3, my lord. Okay, so they say number 3. Wow.
I don't think it's number 2. She seems too slutty.
She's too slutty, yeah. She's too available. Look, she's about to show us her vagina right now.
Number 4 is too like shy. I don't know if Jared likes the.
Oh, maybe too shy.
He likes the number 1 feels like the I'm the childhood friend that you've known for forever, and I have short hair.
No, but that's what the 4th one seems like. She's been shy all this time, and she just never had the courage to tell Jared that she loves him.
Oh fuck! Damn it! All right, I gotta do a dramatic reveal for this.
We should have done an eye tracker thing. You should have opened this with your eye tracker, and then that would have told us.
We see who you truly love.
Yeah.
I gotta do a dramatic reveal for this.
Okay, so we're gonna like slowly block them out.
I'll be blown away if you choose number 2. I'll be honest.
There's no way it's 2.
I'm just drawing an arbitrary circle here, and then or I guess square, and then I'm gonna move it to where it's going to be.
To where it needs to be.
Okay, so this is the target. This is who it is.
All right. So Steven says this one. Andrew says this one. Most of chat says this one.
Wrong. Super wrong. You're dumb wrong. A lot of angles.
Ninja's the only one that got it right.
That's the fucking second one. You like the slut? You like the slut?
She's the oldest sister.
Oh, Jared likes the Onesans, I guess.
He wants the experienced ones. My goodness.
Who's your second favorite? Rank them. A tier list.
Yeah, a tier list of the quintuplets.
Second favorite.
Okay, so I was close.
You were close.
Well, I didn't realize that the second one was like a mommy, and I thought Jerry was the one that was into mommies.
Yeah, that's a Jerry thing.
Okay, I'll take second. Yeah, they're fine. And then it would probably be third, fourth, fifth. So you were fourth, Steven.
Damn, that's upsetting.
But also, like, I dropped this one because, well, I probably could still enjoy it, but like,
was 5 too much? You just couldn't goon enough?
No, I didn't. Y'all think I goon way more than I do.
You have a goon cave. You have a goon cave.
Oh, I've been meaning to watch this one too, Pomo. I think I would enjoy this one. Yeah, you might be right on this one. I'd have to vet it before I give it to Andrew, but it's definitely one of those, like, definitely not sexualized slice of life anime. Like, I think they're trying to, at least one of them has a dream to be like a manga artist or something like that.
Okay, just yeah, that all that I would care about is the character interesting enough for me to care about them. Yeah. If their thing is like, I am a 17-year-old girl and nothing else pops up about them,
yeah,
then I understand why slice of life is so divisive, because their characters aren't interesting. So my assumption is
that is what I would define as a shitty slice of life. A very like shallow, I wouldn't watch it sort of slice of life.
That's what I was assuming, but I would like to see one good example before I write off the genre.
I kind of do, Diesel, but it's very out of date. We've looked through this before.
We've looked through it before.
This list? Oh, we definitely have.
Yeah, but I can post it here. It's extremely out of date. I think I recently updated my manga list, which
his manga list is more extensive.
It's huge.
You want to learn something? Go to his manga list.
Yeah.
You see the giant mommy manga that he was reading before.
Well, you will be pleasantly surprised to know that I finished that giant mommy manga.
Yeah.
And
every inch of that manga.
Where is it?
Every square inch of it.
It was fucking awful. I gave it a 4 out of 10.
Really? Not
good. The thing,
couldn't jerk off at least once.
Oh, you can absolutely jerk off to this manga. But
well, then why didn't you like it then?
Because the reason that I picked it up in the first place was because I enjoyed this series, which is very junk food manga. Really, really shitty plot, really awful characters. But the thing that was really cool about this manga is that this guy was super good at having some really creative sci-fi tech, some really creative, like, isolated premises, and some of the most imaginative, like, body horror and gore that I've seen in a manga. His art is just genuinely really, really cool. Those are all the things that I really liked about this series. I think he writes some of the most unlikable characters I've ever seen, and he commits the sort of like mystery box sin of just like he keeps throwing all these things in and then has no intention of resolving them whatsoever. He's bad at writing stories.
But the artwork. This
is a series that focused mostly on some very unlikable characters more than anything else. A lot of the deaths and the gore were very underplayed. It's just like people getting squashed by falling buildings. So you see like blood splats and things. Whereas in Gantz, you're seeing someone like, there's this great like thing where like there are these little like dandelion puffs that are floating around the air. There's a bunch of aliens in this show. And one of these species of aliens, when you kill it, it explodes into like these little like dandelion puff ball things, these spores. And if they touch you, they like go into your skin and slowly start like going up to your face, where like eventually like just an amalgam of a bunch of clones of you just sort of like spawning out of your head. And it's like you're just like a big blob of these different like heads and faces, and like people's like heads are like splitting open, like with their hands coming out and like a face is coming out. And all of the heads are like their own like sentient things. So they're all saying like, "Oh, kill me," or whatever. And then like another people is like, "No, wait, help me." Like there's all these different like thinking things. I'm just like, God damn, this is horrific and really cool. And it's like every single chapter has wild, grotesque shit like that. And it's super imaginative and cool. The plot is engaging and it'll like string you along until the very end. It was like, oh, so you didn't have a plan for any of this at all? All right, fine. So like he's writing as he goes for that. Obviously, characters are extremely unlikable and gross. When I say junk food manga, I'm talking like for the first like 10 volumes, he starts every single chapter with some random, not even a character in the story, full page drawing of a pinup girl. Like, just there.
Nice.
Like,
Love it.
Just because he feels like it. And it's just like, just for like the chapter title, and then it goes into the actual story again, just for that page.
It's like, hey, what do you think?
It's hot, huh? Trashy, it's stupid, but it's imaginative and it's really fun. And I like. And another thing about this is that like none of the characters have plot armor. Most of the characters in this volume 1 cover are dead by the volume 2 cover, and it's constantly constantly changing around and stuff like that. There was none of that in this series. It's just, and his art looks kind of shit too, dude.
Pure shallow nonsense.
He drew her in some of those panels like a fucking Gumby character. Like, she looked fucking weird.
Yikes.
The characters were awful. There was no like gore or body horror really to speak of. The plot was fucking dog shit shallow.
Damn.
You know what? Fuck it. That was horrible. It was a bad manga. Bad. But I only spent like $8 on it, so it's fine.
$8.
And that's why I picked up the whole series in Japan.
Gantz sounds cool though.
Gantz is cool. As long as you go into it not expecting him to like resolve all of the individual plot things that he introduces. Him's like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's neat. Oh, I actually got to bring this up. One sec.
Snow White. Oh, never mind. Well, if Snow White was like a gigantic mommy, maybe.
Oh, I think that probably would have sold. Well, to the dwarves, from their perspective.
You know what?
Actually.
I never thought about a story written from the dwarves' perspective. Why didn't we do that?
That's what I'm saying. And they're all just getting horny for Snow White.
They just want to.
There's like really cool sequences
paint her
in this
Snow White.
Where like, there's this chapter here called Giga Structure. I actually gotta zoom in on this because he ain't lying about the Giga Structure.
Giga.
Boink. Because what he does with this is you're like, all right, cool. Here's a 2-page spread of the Giga Structure. Awesome. Yeah. How about we turn that into a 4-page spread of the Giga Structure?
That's a Giga Structure.
Like just shit like this. I'm just like, damn, that's fucking cool.
That is
goodness.
And you see a lot of like really neat sort of like detail in there, the whole city and
shit.
That's
a lot of ink.
It's cool.
A lot of ink.
I won't show you any of the gore shots because that might be TOS, but it's just a lot of cool shit that he does like that. None of that was in Gigant. So that's what I bought it hoping to see, and I saw none of it.
Did it at least have boobs in it?
It had a lot of boobs and a lot of underage sex, which
sometimes these these manga feel like they're just these guys. We're gonna draw stuff like this anyways in a notebook or a sketchbook, and then just put some like dialogue in with it anyways. Just like, oh,
yeah.
So it's mostly just kind of like brain slop coming from the artist. So like you're talented enough to like create the images that are in your brain, but it never actually manifests into something worthwhile.
Yeah, you can't like make it a cohesive sort of.
Some artists need writers. Not everyone can draw and write. Those guys are monsters.
Yeah, I agree. So there you go. The tangent of yes, I got a giantess manga for very different purposes and was disappointed when it didn't live up to them. It did not deliver.
It delivered on other things, but that's okay.
I didn't want to
oh boy.
Did not like all of those sex scenes with a 24-year-old and a 17-year-old. No thank you.
Whoa.
A lot of that. It's the core romance, like these two characters, like a 17-year-old high schooler and this like 24-year-old like porn actress. And I'm like, I'm not feeling any of this. And I kept hoping there was like 1 or 2 chapters where like they kind of dived into it, but like I kept hoping it to be like a major plot point of just like, oh, this is morally reprehensible, and they're gonna get like this is going to explode into something awful. But nope, like there was like maybe 1 or 2 chapters of that, and then the rest of it is just like, oh, like you should root for these 2 characters because they love each other so much. I'm like,
nah,
I don't think
they literally got together because the protagonist, the high school protagonist, is a big fan of her work,
Sure.
And then he eventually like meets her on the streets, and she breaks up with her recently abusive boyfriend, and he asks her out, and she's like, oh, let me think about it. And then they go to like a cafe later, and she's like, I thought about it. It's like, I don't think it would work between this isn't something that she should pursue. And then the main protagonist, the main character of the manga, starts like openly, loudly sobbing in the middle of this cafe, just like, no. It's like, okay, all right, we'll try and date. Okay, we'll try it. Okay, it's fine. We'll date. It's fine. It's like, really? And that is how their relationship starts.
Whoa,
it's genuinely. I'm just like, wow, this is. I'm really hoping that you're about to paint this in a negative light and how this relationship would never work out. Nope. Never. They are soulmates for the rest of the manga. I'm like, this is gross and stupid, and I hate it.
I've never realized that sobbing in public would get me a woman.
Dude, it's some of the most incel shit I've ever seen.
I'll have to try that.
So, yeah, hated that. Didn't like it.
I thought.
Anyway.
But no giantesses in Whisper of the Heart.
No giantesses in Whisper of the Heart.
Take me home.
Who
would have thought a fucking entire movie would be made off of
John Denver song as Japanese animation?
So I'm confused because you weren't the only people. I think Pomo asked me as well. I was like, should I watch this in English or Japanese? I was like, you should watch it in Japanese, but not for like the normal reasons that I give of just being a regular sub snob. Just like, I genuinely don't know how you dub like the translation aspect of this movie.
I do kind of want to watch the English version and see how they handle that, because the whole thing is her translating an English song into Japanese for her like choir friends.
Right. And not even like necessarily like translate, but just like capturing like the vibe of the song. They're her own lyrics. Yeah, they're very different from like the actual lyrics.
Concrete roads.
And I had a similar sort of thing. Like there's in the K-On! Movie, they go to England in like a sort of like little senior trip sort of thing. And there are scenes in that movie where like they're trying to communicate with these British people who are speaking English to them, and they don't understand what they're saying. Like the voice actors are speaking English, and they're like talking to each other in Japanese. Like, what the fuck what do we say? What did he just say? I don't know. It was too fast.
But if it was all in English, how do
you do that in English? Like, how do you dub that?
Like it's an important quality that they are Japanese.
Yeah,
and I think this movie's no different. And that's honestly, most of the time with Ghibli movies, it feels like the fact that they're Japanese is a relevant part of the story.
Yeah. Oh wait, Gingy says he watched this in English. So how did they handle that, Gingy? What did they do?
Yeah, for her translating
a famous American song, a famous English song.
Know what the difference was, because. Like, did she translate it to the actual lyrics in the English movie?
I feel like she wouldn't.
Weird.
It would be weird.
It's just weird.
Because the whole point of like her translating the whole point of her like translating that song is to sort of kind of flex her like poetic skills a little bit, right? Of just like taking something and capturing the essence of it with using like different words.
Right. Different words, but it has the same sort of cadence and everything into it.
What?
I don't know.
What do you do? How do you do that?
Like in the English version, you already know what the fucking lyrics of the song are.
It's one of the most famous English songs ever.
Yeah. So is she just changing the words of it arbitrarily? Then I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know how they.
It would be funny if they just like had her start singing in Japanese.
Right.
For just during that.
Did I just? Oh. I just got a Discord ping when I normally don't hear that. Am I not in streamer mode right now? That's weird.
Uh-oh.
How about you know what? I'm gonna need to hit the bathroom real quick, and then I'm about to bring us full circle with a previous discussion that we had, because Pomo knows what's about to come up. He has talked about something very early on about a Pain movie that probably will replace Finding Dory.
A Pain movie worse than Finding Dory?
Yes.
Surprising.
I'd hate to learn what that is.
Well, you know what? I'll give you.
I would hate to have to watch a paid movie. I'm glad I don't have to do that this year. So.
Womp womp, Steven. We'll never
Steven
forget.
is.
No, I don't.
I'm gonna need a beer for this, and I'm also gonna need to empty my bladder as we probably watch the 2023 live action Whisper of the Heart trailer.
Wait, what? Oh no.
I only made it 20 seconds in and had plenty of things to say. So buckle up. I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness. That can't be. Well, why would Miyazaki allow something like this to even happen? Have they done live action?
Sometimes things are just sort of out of his hands as far
Have
as
they done live action remakes of Ghibli movies before?
I don't think so.
Would this be the first?
It might be.
Wait, and this came out? This exists already?
Apparently. Well, to be fair, this isn't like a true Miyazaki movie though.
It's not pure fantasy. It's pretty.
Well, no, like it's like he was just a producer on it.
That's a good point.
But it was a different director and like different writer and stuff. I think so.
But he would still have some ownership of it.
He would
maybe not personal
from
feelings
his
about
studio
it.
Still.
Yeah, but he maybe just doesn't feel as personally about it.
Maybe.
Although the old man is definitely him in the movie.
He wishes.
They look identical.
Looks a little different.
Steven, I watched Mission Impossible 1 and 2 recently. And I remember we did this like a while ago, and I forgot that the second one is like a John Woo movie.
Yeah.
And how ridiculously 80s action hero the second one is.
Oh my god, it's insane.
I did not remember it being that way, because the first one's just like kind of a typical spy thriller.
Spy thriller sort of thing going on.
Yeah, a little bit of an adventure. But the second one, the music, and then coupled with the amount of kung fu that happens in the second one.
Yeah.
and the literal scenes of like the slow-mo where he like runs through a hallway with doves and then does like a backflip like kick to knock a guy out. And the number of times he hits them. Like, oh man, like the slow motion karate scene at the end in the sand with like his long hair looking like a wig blown around.
Tom Cruise.
Unbelievable.
You can't beat it. You can't beat it.
It honestly, it's pretty charming, but I forgot how ridiculous that movie is.
Oh yeah.
It was the original Fast and Furious. the opening,
Tom
like
Cruise Fast and Furious already.
At the beginning, when like him and Tandy Newton, like their cars touch and then start sliding around together. All right, show me this abomination.
All right. Obviously, I'm going to be pausing pretty frequently because I've had some opinions.
Oh, please. And this is out. This exists, right?
Yes, this is already out.
Real thing.
Wrong.
Oh,
wrong.
A chalice.
Wrong for so many reasons. Obviously, the violoncello thing, but his dream wasn't to be a professional violin player. It was a violin maker. A very different thing, in my opinion.
Well, one of those I think is harder to sell to your parents.
Yes.
One is like one is more profession. One is like a trade.
Right. Pomo was trying to make the argument yesterday that, and I'm not sure if I agree with it, of just like,
I don't agree with it already.
It's a similar sort of thing of like, it's some sort of like artistic pursuit, whether he's a cellist or if he makes violins. I feel like I disagree. I think there's something. Being a violin maker, I think, is a much more niche and harder to sell profession than being like a professional musician, which is a difficult thing to try and sell. But like,
they even say it in the movie. There, he's like, well, she's like, "Oh, you're so good at playing the violin."
He's like, "I'm
well, there's
okay."
so many people who are just as good as me.
Yeah,
but I want to be the best at
making them. Yes. This is such a weird misread.
I think being a musician is such a common aspiration. I think it was more valuable that what he was doing was uncommon.
I agree.
And because that's why his parents were like, no, you need to finish school. I think it's normal for kids growing up with music to want to be like really good musicians. And a parent can even see like that might actually help you in the long run. I think you should pursue this.
Yeah.
But
especially
I want to be a
cellist.
cobbler.
Like, come on.
I think if you actually have the skill for it and the time, like, why wouldn't you pursue it? And it wouldn't necessarily get in the way of your school because you can do it at the same time. Right. I think that's just easier to sell. It doesn't seem confrontational.
It doesn't.
having a craft. I think a better approximation would be like a painter or something, where it's like, are you sure that feels like a hobby or a craft, something you do on the side? I mean, the fact that there were classes that he was a part of to like just make it's something that you do as like old people just do it for fun on the weekends. You can't skip high school for this.
So immediately, I'm pissed off. Just
damn, just open with the first 2 seconds.
First opening. Yep. So he's going to Italy to learn how to be a great cellist.
That doesn't make any sense. Is Italy known for raising cellists?
I don't know.
And what is this about her saying?
Keep writing stories.
Writing stories.
You're gonna start writing stories, you bitch.
And he didn't know.
He didn't know.
It was important that she not tell him. It was a surprise.
She was doing it for herself.
She wanted to be proud of something
because she was a meandering, directionless, like just middle schooler before she met him, and then he inspired her to pursue a directed path based on her passion. She wants to accomplish something. She's not already doing the stuff that she loves.
Yeah, they're both in the exact same boat right now. They're not there to sharpen each other. They're the same person. Whoa, 10 years later?
And this is where I stopped.
What? 10 years later, what?
I do not want to see something that explores this.
Their romance after
this goes against everything that I enjoyed about the original movie. The finding yourself, the discovery, the sort of coming of age aspect of it. I don't care to see what their struggles are as an adult years on. That wasn't the message of the movie to me. It was the discovery of like who you are as a person. That was my main takeaway from this movie. And I hate this.
Can I point out, if their whole thing is like, we're not remaking The Whisper of the Heart, we want to actually show them 10 years later. If this is actually more of like a sequel, why change the underlying premise of what the original movie was?
That's what I'm saying. That's another like discussion that I had of just like, is this a sequel that they want to like show the continuation of who they are as adults, or is this like a reimagination? Both of which I don't think should exist.
They're doing them both at the same time, and it feels like they don't know what the movie is now. You can't reimagine it and be a sequel. That doesn't make any sense.
I hate it.
That doesn't make any sense.
Even if this is like a they're telling the original story and they sometimes cut back to like them in their 30s or whatever, or 20s, 10 years, whatever
situation.
Yeah. Even if it is that, what I've seen in like these first 20 seconds tells me that I'm not going to enjoy the direction that they're going to be taking this. They're being so cavalier with how they're presenting these very core narrative elements of this movie, which didn't have a lot of very core narrative elements to begin with.
It was pretty simple.
It was pretty simple, but very like intentional. You know, the fact that he's making violins rather than just playing them was a very intentional choice. And it's like, fuck it. Most people play cello. So
my fear is those things are being changed so that it's more, I don't know, digestible by a greater audience. Where it's like, I couldn't understand wanting to make violins. No one can make money making violins. But a good cellist, that's like Whiplash. I get that. I saw Whiplash.
Another thing that I really appreciate about the original Whisper of the Heart is it does feel like it appeals to not like a super niche audience, but a much more niche audience than your typical Ghibli movie.
Story.
And I like that because it resonates with that audience. I feel like a lot on a much deeper level than your typical like easily accessible. I want to be a cellist. I'll keep writing my stories or whatever. It does. Making it more accessible for a wider audience cheapens its impact for me, I guess. This is a very personal argument.
I agree. Well, the whole point of like the ambition being like, this is your thing, is the appeal, which is why it appeals to you and why it appeals to like what it probably is a more niche audience. So again, to kind of betray that and make it, everybody has the same thing. Everybody feels the same way.
Everybody has those days.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, because now this feels like it's going to turn into like, you want to feel happy, right? well, here we're gonna let's have a little happiness in the movie, and that's all this is gonna be.
All right, this is as far as I've watched in the trailer.
I understand why you stopped it. When I saw the 10 years pop up, I was like, well, this isn't even a movie anymore. This is just an affront to an entire generation.
I'm gonna keep going though.
Oh no.
Let's
we're
hit
gonna
it.
see where this goes.
Let's see what the Baron's like.
Fuck
okay, so
you,
he's still,
man.
He's
What are you talking about? Just
so he's Mr. Chalice.
Did you have
Italian men?
Did you have to go to Italy to be?
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, thank you, Kitty Queen.
I
hope you're as angry as we are right now.
We're mad right now. If you couldn't tell.
If you like Whisper of the Heart, you shouldn't like this.
Oh my god.
And if you do like this, then you don't like Whisper of the Heart.
And the way that I sort of summarized this is that like Finding Dory shits on the legacy of one of my favorite Pixar movies.
I mean, Finding Nemo is a fucking 10 out of 10 movie.
Great movie.
10 out of 10. It is a perfect animation movie.
Shits on one of my favorite movies of all time. This is on a whole nother tier for me in terms of how angry it makes me. It's extremely personal to me.
This is personal.
And I'm upset at how. Thank you, Pomo. I'm upset about how correct Pomo is that this should, based on the rules that we establish, be the Pain movie that's on the 2025 Cabbies.
Well, this would be.
It is the movie that would piss me off the most.
The fact
more
that
than
you
Finding
like
Dory.
The original Whisper of the Heart so much, this being like a bastardization of that movie.
It would infuriate me.
God damn! I don't think any of us would enjoy watching this though. Is the problem?
Yeah. Nobody will find like any sort of Schadenfreude sort of joy.
Like, watching like The Happening, because
watching The Happening, we all loved watching The Happening.
I had a great time watching
and Jerry hating it made it more enjoyable. I'm gonna enjoy watching Hoodwink because I can't wait to hear Steven crash out for 4 hours when we watch it.
Yes, I mean that's gonna be fun.
I might be sick that day.
Nobody's gonna enjoy watching it talking about this.
No, there is no enjoyment here.
Oh God. So
Little Mermaid's gonna be public domain.
Oh boy.
Well, isn't that what happened to Winnie the Pooh, and that's why they did
Winnie the Pooh and I think Pinocchio.
Mickey Mouse and Pinocchio.
So,
not Mickey Mouse, just Steamboat Willie. Which I have some beef. I had this thought the other day too. It's like you have so many like bastardizations of live action like Disney properties, or just like making them look just butt ugly in live action. Shockingly, Mickey Mouse has never gotten that treatment.
No,
weird.
He's been dunked on in just other parody forms basically since his creation, though.
But I'm talking like an officially sanctioned Disney
like a
rendition.
Disney movie.
It's like, why aren't they making him look like ass?
A live-action Mickey Mouse movie?
A live-action Mickey Mouse movie would be...
Is it because they're scared to bastardize like their main mascot of the entire company? They know that all their live-action adaptations look like shit. It's like, we can't do that to Mickey.
I don't know, because like you imagine...
that's where I was thinking about it. Live-action Goofy movies,
live-action Goofy movie would be weird.
But Mickey's in that. I'm like, they would have to do that with humans, I think. And then I was thinking, I was like, but Mickey Mouse was also in that movie briefly. It's like, wait a minute, they've never made a live-action Mickey Mouse, probably because they don't want him to look like shit.
Can we look up real quick? Like, someone has to have made this, like a live-action Mickey Mouse. Like that image has to exist.
Oh, for
right?
sure.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
I want to see.
It's gonna be fucking horrendous, though.
I want to see what comes up.
Jeez.
Yeah.
This is great.
He's a fucking rat.
He's a rat. And then you got your little Winnie the Pooh ass things.
Yeah. I don't know that you can pull this off.
No,
I guess they'll do it like Sonic.
It would probably be something like Sonic-esque.
It's like
yeah. Here we go.
See, they are making a Mickey Mouse movie, right?
Mickey Mouse Trap. Well, maybe you get a lot of if these are the same people that did. Rapid Trap.
Wait, is it the Pooh Blood and whatever?
Hang on, I need to double check.
Blood and Hunger, whatever the fuck it was.
That tripped me out when it was
Blood and Honey.
When I saw the Rapid trailer again, I'm like, wait, is it from the same company that made?
Because you got to be careful with some of these. Like, if you were to type like, there are a lot of channels that make AI generated like live action trailers and shit like that.
I've seen this.
Yeah. apparently one of the most popular ones to do is Back to the Future 4.
Really? I've never seen one of those. I don't want to.
Can I recommend a movie that you guys should check out? It's live action, but really good. I'd be curious. There's a Peter Pan horror movie. What the fuck?
Now, Kitty, just to be fair, because you're new here, whatever that suggestion is, we will judge you based on what that suggestion is.
So be prepared.
Be prepared. You are doing this of your own free will, but know there are consequences.
No,
you have to own your opinion.
You gotta own it.
Things.
You gotta own it. Defend yourself. This is us tossing you a spear in the pit.
Please tell me this is. Oh, live action Death Note's already a thing, starring Willem Dafoe as Ryuk. That is not a joke.
Actually, there are 2 live action Death Notes.
There's 2 Japanese one. Well, there's 2 Japanese ones.
There's 2 Japanese ones?
There's 2 Japanese ones, yeah.
Oh, Pomo's saying the Kitty movie one.
Oh, please tell me it's live action Death Note.
Thank you, Netflix. Yeah, there is.
There's a Disney's Descendants, which is really good. The 4th one is there's a Maze Runner. Oh, Maze Runner. I've heard of Maze Runner. I haven't seen it in a long time. Wait, is there a Percy Jackson TV show? I feel like
There's
that
no
would
Percy Jackson TV show.
I feel like that would be better suited for a Percy. Like I feel like that would be better suited for a TV show versus like a movie. Honestly,
I didn't realize Percy Jackson book or seen any of them.
Yeah, I don't have any connection to like the Percy Jackson series, but like I'm aware of the premise, and it sounds like something like it sounds similar to like.
You say the Percy Jackson books would be better as a series. Do you also say that about the Harry Potter HBO series? That's good.
Oh boy.
No, because the movies already did I think each individual book of the movies.
Did you guys see that they chose the cast for
I saw
Harry and Hermione?
Yeah, I saw.
Man.
The new Golden Trio or whatever the fuck they call
it. Yeah. Those kids are fucked, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Because they're only going to receive hate and adoration.
They're gonna get like the same treatment that that little kid Anakin got in the prequels.
They're gonna get so much hate, but I think they're also gonna get like stalker levels of adoration. Like they're only gonna get the worst parts of the internet.
Harry Potter fans are fucking weird.
Nightmares.
Honestly. I like Harry Potter,
Disney
but I'm not
and
like
Rick Rider made a TV show about
Harry Potter, like a
Again, it's not a
actually
part
cool,
of your identity. It's just I like the Harry Potter movies and I read some of the books, but it's not who I am.
No,
but there are people where like Harry Potter made them.
That's all I have.
It's a dangerous thing to make like a certain piece of media your entire personality, because at the end of the day, especially like for a lot of the most popular media out there, a corporation made it. And that corporation's gonna probably fuck up at some point, you know, and do something bad. And you're just like, oh, but like, but if I don't have Harry Potter, then who am I? Sort of thing, right? Like, I love Studio Ghibli. But if they ended up doing something like really shitty, I'm assuming I would imagine that there's a pretty awful like crunch culture at Studio Ghibli and stuff like that. If they're doing like Blizzard levels of like stealing breast milk from fridges and shit, that would be unfortunate. But I have other aspects of myself that don't revolve around Studio Ghibli, so I'll be fine. But for the people who are like, I go to Disney. I go to Disneyland every single year and I have to document the whole thing, and I'm gonna take all my kids and we're gonna get like we're gonna live in like the Disney mansion like neighborhood area and stuff like that. Yeah,
chill out.
You have to have something other than the property, you know?
I have a coworker whose dream is to live in that like Disney village.
Oh, that's so culty, man. It's so scary.
Weird.
Wait, is it Ghibli, like a hard G? That is a very contentious question. That's like
I think it's Ghibli.
I think it's Ghibli.
How I say it.
Because of how it's spelled in Japanese. I think officially it would be Ghibli, but like, hang on. Ghibli logo. Yeah. Studio Ghibli. Yeah, so it's literally spelt like Djibouti in Japanese.
Djibouti.
But some people say Ghibli. Some people say Ghibli. That's one of those things where like it's kind of like a GIF sort of debate, but I'm not gonna get mad about either answer.
GIF.
It is GIF.
It's GIF. It's GIF.
But if somebody said Studio Ghibli, I wouldn't be upset, because I'm pretty sure
I would probably just assume that they're okay with live action remakes.
But I've swapped to Ghibli.
Yeah, it's not a very contentious.
4 ads?
Whoa!
I'm so sorry. It's clearly Gibbles me.
Exactly.
Gibbles me. Studio Gibbles me. Oof. I like how that sounds.
No.
Studio Jiggly.
Jibble me
Jiggly.
timbers. That's 4 too many.
Hey, I gotta pay those AWS fees somehow.
Thank you for your money.
We should just stream on YouTube so people can use ad block for all that shit.
That's true. I think we could dual stream and stuff like that. Kind of short his
Oh my goodness.
Can you technically dual stream as a affiliate? I feel like there was like a weird thing.
I think they have opened that up recently where you can as an affiliate. I think even partners can do it now.
That's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, that was a development I think a couple years back, but yeah, so it would just take more bandwidth. There's a really bad movie that's apparently not good. Search it up. It's based on which book about a little girl who finds out she's a witch because her mother was a witch and gets adopted by a witch. That sounds familiar.
Sounds like witchcraft.
Is that fucking like Halloween Town or some shit? I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Is it called Harriet Potter?
Harriet Potter? Wait. Oh, what was those like weird like that one guy wrote a bunch of Harry Potter
the sequels
books.
Right. About their kids.
About their kids, but it was not sanctioned by
it was all fan made. All fan fiction.
They had a whole
but they were like
Amazon
published
thing. Like you could buy them on Amazon. I forget what the guy's name was.
Oh, I also forget.
They were fucking weird.
They were weird. Hang on, I'm looking up the Harry Potter showcast because I haven't seen them.
Oh, I mean they're just like 3 kids.
I don't see anything odd.
I'm still reeling over this one. John Lithgow is Dumbledore. What the fuck?
Fucking hilarious.
I don't understand why so many people are complaining about Black Snape when they're not complaining about like John Lithgow. That seems like a proven miscast. It sounds like.
My only thing about Snape being black is that Harry's gonna be like, I don't know, I just don't trust him.
It's just gonna introduce a lot of.
It's gonna be racial.
Just a lot of prejudice that didn't exist previously.
It's gonna make Harry seem like a racist.
I'm hoping that Snape is the only black professor at Hogwarts.
That would be so
God.
And everyone views him as this sinister villain for no reason. But it's gonna be really hard for my theory.
Hagrid could be interesting, but I don't know.
I don't know. He's too. I don't know.
Really goofy for it.
Guys,
we'll see.
The only thing that really matters is that it's gonna suck.
Are you kidding me? That's insane. Allegedly, Rowling made the main trio sign a contract saying that they wouldn't turn on her like the original trio did.
Those are kids. They can't sign shit.
How much like control does J.K. Rowling have over the show?
I don't think she's controlling it, but I think she's still a part of it.
I think I know what you're talking about, Kitty Queen.
They have to like give her.
She's still a part of it.
It was probably this one. You were getting the witch. This was
Miyazaki's son.
This was Miyazaki's son. This is the movie that his dad walked out on during the premiere.
Yeah,
that's so upsetting.
I would too. It doesn't look very good at all.
I mean, it is one of their first like 3D movies.
I know, but it came out in 2020.
I know.
This is the level of 3D that they have. I get that as a studio they haven't done much of this.
Yeah.
But this is just bad.
Yeah.
To look at, like it's not good.
Oof. I just can't imagine being Miyazaki's son. Imagine how rough that would be.
Yeah.
It's unfair.
It's literally like this fucking like once in a lifetime genius is your father. And then you're trying to follow in his footsteps, and nothing you do is ever good enough.
It will never be good enough for him.
Fuck. Yeah, no, thank you.
You gotta like abandon any path that resembles your father's, right? Because you'll never be compared.
You can't. Unless you're like, unless your father is like super supportive in it, which Miyazaki was very much not. He protested his son directing this movie.
Well, no, but he should be like, go do your own thing, right?
Right.
Don't try to. It's kind of like
has directed a 2D movie before, right?
Yeah, he did Tales of Earthsea.
Oh,
yeah.
Start on that movie. That movie sucks.
Yeah.
That is one of the most boring fucking movies I've ever watched.
I actually, for some reason, I was exposed to the soundtrack before the actual movie itself. I really enjoyed the soundtrack, but I know nothing about the movie other than people didn't like it.
The soundtrack is fine, but yeah. I watched this exactly once and I barely made it through it.
Rough. It's one of the people generally view it as one of the blemishes of Studio Ghibli.
It's not good.
Zoinks. All right, fine.
Oh yeah, we're still trying to make it through this fucking trailer.
We're still 20 seconds in.
20 seconds into a minute and 25-second trailer. All right.
Seiji is an adult in Italy, still playing cello, like
practicing that cello.
Really struggling.
Because you can only get the best at cello at Italy.
And Italy is where that.
And that was his defining character trait, is really wanting to play the cello good.
Because everyone knows that Johann Bach is Italian.
All the best musicians come from Italy.
Yes.
Pizza eaters.
Oh,
Can't be an editor, you'll never be an author.
Oh, these adult struggles. Oh no.
Yeah. Also, so this is 10 years in the future.
Yes.
Why are they like 40?
We talk about how she looks like 40 years old.
Yeah, she does not look.
Because 10 years like she was. They weren't even in high school in the movie. She was at her last year of middle school.
They were 12 or 13.
She's studying. She's studying for like her high school entrance exams.
Right. She would be in her 20s here. But why does she look so old?
She does not look good.
I'm not trying to.
Is this Korean? No, this is Japanese. This is Japanese trailer.
But
it's just. It just doesn't.
Like yikes.
Maybe the 10 years have been hard on her.
Oh, hang it. I don't want to see this stuff.
Writing is hard.
10 years and I've got nothing to show for it. Bullshit.
So yeah,
I don't want you to take these characters back to square one just to tell the same story. It's disheartening.
It also makes you hate the characters because it's like I trusted you,
right?
Because you once looked up to those characters, now you realize that they're just weak, pathetic losers.
They didn't actually do anything with.
They didn't actually do anything. You were tricked in the first
setup. Yeah.
I don't want to see their struggles of maintaining a long-term relationship, like as they're
no. So after 10 years, he's still in Italy trying to learn how to play cello.
Right.
Like, what's he fucking doing for 10 years?
It makes a little bit. I don't know what goes into like learning how to make violins, but like that's what he said in the movie is like it's a 10-year thing. If I go out there, I won't be, or like I think Shizuka was saying is like I won't see him again for another 10 years if he goes through with this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And but to play a cello.
I mean, and I think you would be traveling a lot if you were actually playing. You wouldn't just be in Italy. You'd be traveling a lot to play.
10 years is a long fucking time.
Long time. And like, and that's another reason why I'm just like, where I was kind of like, okay, at like the last 10 seconds of the ending, or just be like, yeah, but they probably won't stay together because 10 years long distance, you can change so much, especially at that age in 10 years.
13,
he's gonna meet some Italian woman.
Way more attractive.
Take her to a tent at Burning Man.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. she's
exactly.
Oh, it's all like connected.
It's sweet. It's a little bit like naive or whatever. Like maybe a middle school like girl who's watching this will think it's nice, but like as an adult who's watching it's like, it's okay, it's sweet, but like I can't ignore the fact that this is probably not going to work out. But the important thing is that they changed the trajectory of each other's lives, and they were like.
And the movie doesn't end saying that they got married. It's just like these kids have fantastic dreams about what their life will be like.
I don't want to see this. This isn't what I liked about the movie.
I don't need to see their long distance relationship. And if I'm being honest, anytime someone says they're long distance, I'm like, that ain't gonna last.
No, I'll speak from experience. It will never last.
It doesn't.
I literally like. There's someone at work.
At work doing this.
Long distance thing. I'm like,
dead man walking.
In the back of my mind, I'm like. That's just, it's not going to happen.
I'm sorry. Work.
Oh my God. I don't want to see them struggle. I don't want to see them struggle between like, oh, because I can tell you that this is going to be the theme of the movie. It's like,
being together,
I want to dedicate my life to my passion, but I also love this man. Oh no, what should I do? That wasn't the point of the movie.
Yeah, it wasn't choosing between their lover and their passion. But now it is.
This guy's messages and his little conversations, they're going to be so cheap and surface level and stupid in this movie. I can guarantee it. He was so endearing and poignant in the original movie with every single lecture that he gave to her, everything that he talked about. He's just gonna be some generic mentor guy in this.
He's gonna be a Miyagi type, but I think he was politely brutal with her in the animation too.
Yeah,
like he said, like don't expect perfection, and this is pretty rough, but like I'm proud of you.
I'm so glad the movie did that as well. Just like it was so great, you movie it. You reminded me of my time and blah blah blah. This is amazing. No, it was like you got talent. You found like your gemstone, and you can polish. Like you
pull the gemstone out of the rock, but now you just need to polish it.
That was another little heartbreaking moment for me when he first like shorted like the gemstone thing. He's like, I don't know if I have anything worth polishing inside me. I'm just like, like he was like very encouraging, but at the same time also like honest and sort of guiding her, like just setting her expectations and setting her up for success, not just being like, dude, you slam dunked it out of the like first try. You're so good. You're an undiscovered talent. You got to keep doing this. No.
Yep.
It was much more of like a realistic, grounded sort of development of this character.
I'm proud of you for finishing. Keep going. Like that. That sort of encouragement.
So good.
Love that.
Listen to your heart.
If you prick up your ears, you'll hear the voice in your heart. What does that mean?
What
are you saying?
Listen to your heart, and also this man might have congenital heart defects that he's hearing.
You didn't use these like sort of like trite cliche metaphors in the actual movie. You're so.
The Paw Patrol movie. God.
Kitty, are you recommending the Paw Patrol movie? I think you're getting a little too comfortable here. We are going to start making fun of you.
Hey, as far as we know, the Paw Patrol movie could be really good.
It might actually be good. I haven't
seen it.
There's been some like what should be kids movies where I'm like, that was actually
the Lego
really
movie.
Good. Yeah, well, I think there's
the
even
Jimmy Neutron movie.
Jimmy Neutron movie.
I actually, you know what?
Good
the Jimmy Neutron movie.
The kids.
I confirmed last weekend that Jerry has in fact not seen a Goofy movie.
No way.
So that is going to be what I will be reserving for my wheel choice.
No way. Okay, that's going to be solid because I'm
still more of a extremely Goofy movie fan.
I mostly watch Extremely Goofy movie because that's the only one that I have on VHS.
Both are good though.
I think the first one is stronger thematically.
The first one is a better movie.
I only have memories of the first one, so
I'm very excited about that.
Damn. Listen to your heart. Wait, that.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Put him in the backseat. Put him in the backseat. Oh, dude, come on. Let's watch some Jimmy Neutron. See, remember when we speed ran watched that movie? Like, we were bored, and we just kept skipping to the scenes that we wanted to see.
I do remember that. We watched it like 30 minutes. It was perfect.
It was so good. Man. And that one girl, smoking hot.
Which one?
Yeah. Here we go.
I need a break every now and then to watch 20 seconds at a time of this trailer.
This will make me happy though.
I actually think this is like a music, probably like a DVD tie-in music video of it. So it's probably gonna be a montage of things because this is them taking off to space rather than like partying.
Yeah. I feel like I know the answer, and I've known the answer for a while, but I still have a hard time figuring out, did the movie come first or did the TV series?
The movie came first. Well, actually, there were like some Nickelodeon shorts of like 30-second shorts between like commercial breaks that they would do this stuff. But this was their first attempt to like showcase it, like, hey, we can do like 3D animation on a cheap enough budget that we can make it a serialized TV show. So this was them kind of sort of showcasing their talents, and then it got greenlit for a TV show.
which is insane. Okay, I think this is the movie version. Because the music did start right here.
No, this isn't the Blitzkrieg Bop. I need to find the Blitzkrieg Bop scene.
This is with the kids in America.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the montage before this where they're building the spaceships.
No, the Blitzkrieg Bop is them just, like celebrating that their parents aren't around. They're just partying around and stuff.
Oh, that is okay. I thought
they're eating giant things of ice cream and shit.
Yeah. Peeing in the shower. Ew, I hate these kids.
That is a face.
Those are some hoodwinked kids right there.
Disgusting. There's some disgusting character designs in this movie.
There are some objectively ugly things in the Jimmy Neutron universe.
Like, who made this choice? And I think it's the translation of 2D to 3D that just.
I really want to watch the scenes of the Blitzkrieg Bop because there's like when they're like interviewing kids. On their little news channel and shit. I love it.
Are we watching the Jimmy Neutron movie?
Let's just watch the whole fucking movie.
Yes, I kind of just want to watch the movie.
No parents!
Yeah!
Let's go!
Here we go. Hey,
let's go!
Let's go!
Whoa!
Oh.
I peed in the shower! Carl and his llamas. Forgot about that. Oh yeah, the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. Absolutely, Kitty. Nick's so cool.
Happy that Jimmy's mom
so
is
hot.
on.
My God.
Dude.
My clothes don't match, my clothes don't match. I'm out in public and my
clothes don't match.
Let's go.
We almost killed them.
Still doing it.
Jeez.
Go.
Welcome to the
Eating too much candy.
Whoopee cushion or non-whoopee cushion?
Look at his face!
Hang on.
Look at his face!
That is extremely hoodwinked.
This is a classic.
Very hoodwinked.
Can we also look up the Aaron Carter music video?
Oh, did Dude, she's pretty ugly too.
I'll have what he's having.
Excellent choice.
Let's go.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Underwear.
Hang on, it's gonna start.
Sounds
It's gonna
good.
start.
Yeah, no, let's go. Yeah.
Cinema.
Dude, I mean, a movie that changed a generation.
It really did.
Because it told us how important our parents are.
Exactly.
And to be weary of
the
chicken.
dance at the end.
The chicken dance.
And then that one
yes,
gets turned into an omelet.
Aaron Carter.
Aaron Carter, baby.
Did someone say R.I.P. Aaron Carter? Oh no, he's dead.
Yeah,
He died?
He's been dead for a while.
Aaron Carter died?
Questions?
Yeah.
All right then.
2022.
Moving on.
Shit.
Holy
Please follow
shit.
me.
Overdose?
I don't know.
He had some stuff with Michael Jackson, I think.
Uh-oh.
It was this the white area that he go? Yes, it is. This is the one I remember. It's the kids. Oh. Jared, should we have the watermark on for any of this?
Generally, we're fine for like music videos.
Okay.
I did forget about this though.
Oh.
I do. Oh, Bow Wow, Jesus Christ.
Well, to think that little Aaron Carter here got his start from Nick Carter being an NSYNC, or was it Backstreet Boys?
No, Backstreet Boys, right? NSYNC was Justin Timberlake, Tony.
I think Nick Carter's Backstreet Boys. Yeah. But I think one of my embarrassing youth confessions was like I liked Aaron Carter, and I'm like, me and Steven should be friends with Aaron and Nick Carter.
Yeah, the brothers hanging out.
The brothers hanging out. Because I was into the Backstreet Boys. I'm like, oh, Aaron Carter's like brothers with the Backstreet Boys.
Best friends.
Oh, a little Wild Wild West.
Historically accurate cowboys is what we tell Jerry.
This is what it was like in the West. I don't think I know this song. I've seen this movie though.
I just know the chorus. This was every credits theme to every movie in like the early 2000s. I can just feel myself like getting up from my theater seat and walking out of the theater with everyone.
Yeah, the feeling of popcorn crunching under your shoes.
Yeah, I don't really listen to much of this generation's pop, but I don't listen to K-pop much either. I've heard some K-pop songs that I like though. Come on, give me the chorus.
Our resident Korean isn't here to vouch for K-pop.
That is true. Come on, where's the bow wow wow yippee bow wow?
That is not their song.
Is that not the song?
You're talking about the Look Up 102 Dalmatians intro.
You're right.
Why did I think it was Wild Wild West?
Oh, Jared, you are. Come on. Click on.
Digga dog. Oh,
Digga dog.
My God.
This is what
you're dude. This is gonna be a fucking throwback right now.
It is not Lil Bow Wow.
I'm not prepared for this.
This is not Lil Bow Wow. Yeah, baby.
There it is.
There it is.
Bow wow wow.
Dog. You dog, you.
Something feels very wrong about having a rap. About having a rap song called Digga Dog.
You got a problem with that? Take it up with the hood. Oh yeah, this is the spotless one. This is like a full CG dog. Okay, so this is actually an example of a live-action remake of the animated 101 Dalmatians.
You know what? You're right, and I'm not upset by 101.
I'm wondering why I never had. I mean, I was a kid, but I don't even look back and think that this was some like horrible abomination. So are we just biased? I don't know.
The thing is that there's not much of an element of like fantasy in 101 Dalmatians, right? Other than owning 101 dogs.
Yeah, and the fact that
it feels like a movie that's similar to something like Mousetrap, where it has like a ridiculous premise with like Tom and Jerry ass like logic, but it still kind of like fits in the realm of real. And this is also.
The dogs don't talk in the live action, and I think that's a really important delineation.
That is true.
They are not just one-for-one recreating the animation.
That is true. Why did I redeem a Prince Jeremy? So you can see it on live stream.
If you click the Discord link.
Well, I think they're saying that they don't have Discord, so they're not like on it or anything. But it's so you can see it, and I can do something live on stream.
Yeah, just give it a shot. See what happens.
The saved images go onto our Discord.
Yeah. So if you want to see the archive of printed Jareds, you can go on Discord.
Make an account. There's some wild ones in there. I'll tell you that much.
I'm remembering also this came out I think at a similar era of like you remember like that Cats versus Dogs movie and shit?
Whoa.
It was just the aesthetic of the movies for these times.
They did have a similar. The animals do talk in Cats versus Dogs.
Yes, they do. Oh, they do more than that.
They do everything.
They look horrific.
It's pretty bad. Oh man, talking animals. That was in early 2000s.
Yep.
A staple.
I'm so upset. I'm pretty sure I remember
Beethoven, Air Bud, Cats vs. Dogs.
Yeah, Air Bud.
Wait, how is MXC in the same realm?
Just dubbed over, just dubbing over animals,
MXC.
Sure. Yeah, animals, those Japanese people.
I'm so upset. I'm pretty sure I vividly remember that this character's name is Snowball, and I don't know why.
Holy shit, I think you're right.
Hello, my puny-minded, dog-faced opponents.
You like the way they're like puppeteering this live animal?
Who it is that will defeat you? It is I!
Mr. Dinkles!
Oh, Mr. Tinkles. Never mind.
Snowball's maybe from a different movie.
Maybe.
Always been bitter, hard-fought, bloody rivalries.
Oh, the Trailer Man.
Oh yeah.
But none so vicious, so brutal as the one being fought for thousands of years
2000s, baby.
Backyards.
Oh yeah, Spike is time.
Dogs have placed their destiny squarely in your paws. Get the best agent you can in there, ASAP.
I think that if I'm gonna be a secret agent,
yeah,
I should have a better
MVP.
name.
Oh, most extreme primate. That's what you're thinking.
Most extreme. Well, MVP was most valuable primate, and then
yeah, MVP was the first one. MVP was the first one, and that was a strange one coming out of the era where chimps were sold movies. Just putting a chimp in a movie sold.
Dunstan checks in.
No.
No.
Do you not know what that is, or do you just hate how vividly that just like you've never heard of?
I don't know that movie. Dunstan. It sounds like
Dunstan checks in.
Sarah Kaya comes in.
It's about a monkey in a hotel.
What? Okay, this is 80s.
Yeah.
Or maybe this is 90s.
It's the only movie that came to my mind when you said like chimp act.
You think chimp movie and you go Dunstan checks in.
Look up MVP, most valuable primate.
Yeah, MVP. Most valuable primate.
Most valuable primate trailer. Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, I remember this.
From the makers of Air Bud.
You don't say. I would be fucking terrified to work on set with a chimp. Are you kidding me?
Dude, you should see the movie Nope. You should see the movie Nope.
Fucking, these things will just rip your face off.
Yeah.
Not even 100 men could take them down.
Well, do I have a debate for you, sir? We brought that up with our grandmother.
Oh boy.
So.
Damn right.
Incorrect, actually. Oh wait, no, she did. It was the Ashton was on my side.
And putting his future on ice.
Trying to teach a chimp to skate like that's gonna happen.
That's gonna happen. Whoa! That chimp could kill someone!
Comes the story of a rookie player.
Quick, give him a gun!
It's a monkey who skates a little faster.
It's fucking
shoots a little harder.
Just goes right through the goalie's face.
This should not be legal.
No.
All the way to the top.
Ew, the times you know it's like a kid in there or something is really freaky.
It's unfortunate.
From Air Bud Entertainment.
Air Bud Entertainment. That's just what they were good at.
What you mean?
Right, yeah, you did.
Horrifying. I'm sorry, chimps are not cute. They're not funny.
And then
I don't get why.
MXP is when he goes snowboarding.
Yes, he does like extreme X Games sports.
Now he's skating.
Yeah. I think there's a snowboarding one too, though. Dude, come on. This is a movie, like a full movie of this.
Who is the one about the dolphin who had no tail? Get a robot. Oh, that sounds familiar too.
How to Train Your Dragon.
No, that's like a based on real story.
Yeah, it is. I think it had Morgan Freeman in it.
Is it just called A Dolphin Tale?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Dolphin Tale, full movie.
Dolphin Tale, T-A-L-E.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Dolphin Tale.
I mean, you just put
and there's the full movie. Written on the dolphin tail.
You just put that dolphin down.
Are you sure it's not this one?
What is this? Why is it?
Ew.
I taught you everything you know.
What am I watching?
Who's the master now?
Who's the master now?
You're never gonna catch me, man.
This is a Windows 95 screensaver.
I don't. This makes me uncomfortable, Jared.
Oh, I'm upset about this.
What is this, Shark Tale?
What
no, this is The Dolphin, Story of a Dreamer. Look out for the fishes! Let's just skip to like.
Pick up that music. How long is this?
This is an hour and a half.
It's a full movie?
It's the full movie.
Into dusks and dawn.
Dude, you skipped to like a good song.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Dolphin fly. Daniel Dolphin fly.
Daniel Dolphin fly.
Guys, this might be good. I don't think that we gave it. This might actually be good.
I think I kind of want to watch
that.
that.
Just a second here. What kind of a dream is that?
Daniel Dolphin fly. Why do we always find these pockets of the internet during these reviews? Why do we always go down this way?
This is an entire movie that I've never heard
That's
of.
all. That's all. And is dolphin spelled with an E? Am I dyslexic?
No, I think it's spelled with an I. You are dyslexic.
Yeah, I think you're just dumb.
Whoops, Aaron Carter jump scare.
Aaron Carter, dolphin fly.
This is a CG Freddy Fish movie. You goddamn right.
Dude, those kids' faces.
Goddamn. I have so many tabs open, and we started here.
And we
started
here.
We're
still here. We're still here.
I think I've detoxed enough. Let's watch another 20 seconds.
We need to watch the rest of the fucking trailer.
Fuck this old guy.
Listen to your heart.
そうすると心の声が聞こえてくる。
出てるんじゃない？答え。天沢君に会いに行くんでしょ。
Who are these people actually? Oh no! This is the baseball player and her friend Yoko or whatever her name was.
Hanada
together.
Boo! Aww. Well, they do get together in the movie because you kind of see their feet in the credit, or it's implied that they're together.
Why are you looking at their feet?
Because they're chopped off from the bottom half down. It's the credits sequence.
Stop looking at their feet, Jared.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool things happening in like the little credit sequence at the end, which is kind of neat. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure like the only reason that like I kind of think that the only reason that I kind of think that it's implying that they're together is like, or the only reason I think it's those characters is because one of them's carrying like that blue gym bag that
he has the blue fucking bag. Right. Yeah, okay.
But all they really did was like
waiting there as other people are running by, and then he shows up with the gym bag,
and then they just walk off together. That's it.
Okay, it's just it's the same level that you get from everyone else, where it's just kind of cute that they still have some relationship, whatever that is.
Yeah. But it's not like he's like, oh, and they give a little kiss and then they walk off or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's just
but now we know. Good. They're together. That's what I needed. My favorite part of movies is just finishing everything. Just show me everything.
Yeah, and I'm glad that these two people that got together in middle school are just like,
here we go again.
Are just together forever because they're perfect soulmates.
I hope he's still playing baseball and she's still worried about her freckles. It looks like she is not pale enough for someone who's been trying to avoid the sun.
That's true.
Well, she's not self-conscious about that anymore because her boyfriend loves her freckles, I bet.
Oh,
he wants her darker. Be darker. I came.
Fall in love with their story once again. No, I'll watch the original movie, and it wasn't even like a their story. The
whole movie was about them finally falling in love, Jared.
No,
boy.
It was a part of it, but that's not what it was about.
Did it or did it not end with them saying "I love you" and hugging each other and roll credits?
Yeah, that's the whole movie. They could have just played 2 hours of that scene over and over and over again.
and it's Ghibli, so like it's
Zootopia
animated.
Is getting a sequel.
I love it.
Fine. I don't have any particular attachment to Zootopia.
Whatever. I don't care. Disney can suck a dick.
Fuck you.
They're not doing anything I'm interested in anymore.
We actually get the wedding in this one. Fuck off, Ginger.
Why? Who cares?
I doubt it. I don't like how this looks personally.
It looks bad. The proportions are wrong.
I don't like
it.
The
colors of
proportions,
fucking outfit
the eyes
wearing are off.
Look good. It's too neutral. It doesn't have the stance that the other one had. This one looks sad.
Uh-oh, Kitty.
Kitty, you gotta be careful. Kitty, what did I tell you?
For like an hour.
You might want to go back to like the first 20 minutes of the stream where we absolutely shit on the Lilo and Stitch remake.
You're gonna need to be careful where you're slinging those opinions. I told you this is not safe territory.
It's safe territory if you know that everything we're saying is in jest.
Some jest, some a little bit. I think if I say that the Lilo and Stitch movie is hack and lifeless and a sin, then I mean that. That's not a joke. DreamWorks How to Train Your Dragon live action. Kitty.
I don't know.
I don't like that you're just using the same title when you're not even making the same movie. Fuck you. Just even call it, if you just called it Whisper of the Heart 2, I would still hate it with a passion, but I wouldn't hate it as much as what you're trying to do here.
Well, this is replacing the thing that you like.
Fuck you.
And look, it's the same thing because it's the words over the city, but now the city is Italy.
Oh,
Italy, Jared. It's in Italy.
It's Italy the whole time. Fuck. Plot twist.
And that's it. That's the whole thing.
And then just a bunch of this. Okay, so we've made it through the trailer. Did it get any better as we went through it?
No, it was exactly what I thought it was going to be. A bastardization of the thing that I love.
Oh, pretty cruel stuff.
Cool. Oh, no need to apologize, Kitty. You're new here, but you'll find that we rib on basically everyone, including ourselves.
We have very strong opinions about things.
We are very
we have no idea what we're talking
It's extremely low stakes, all the things that we're saying. So if you can vibe with that, then you're in the right place.
You'll hear us say much more cruel things to each other than y'all.
If you're overexcited about movies, you're in the right place because we do this once a week, every Friday. Yes. At least for the next 6 weeks, we are officially halfway through spring screening.
Oh my goodness. This
How about
is the halfway point. We're only a week behind, too.
Also, fuck you, Roka. I just read your message.
Jared does only like animated girls. He's not very much into those 3D waifus.
Yes, and that's the only rean that I hated that trailer. The only reason. If only they were cuter.
Enough for him. Yeah. I think that was a thing that we brought up. She looked bad.
She did look bad. She did look bad. I was mostly concerned about whether or not I wanted to bang that main character.
Yeah, that's all I'm thinking about every time I watch anything.
Thank God they jumped 10 years, right?
Much to Jared's.
I'll just stew in that silence for a bit.
I want to leave that dead silent.
Let me start winter screening.
Winter screening, you say?
But that's not a pun, so we can't do it, Roka. So, unfortunately, that's out then. We are 20 minutes away from the end of stream, so I guess we should start wrapping up our thoughts.
We'll do our final
I feel like we're just gonna get caught in tangents all over the.
Absolutely.
Yeah, true.
That's just, it's our brand.
It's what we do.
So, I could start. I've already made my opinions clear. This is one of my favorite movies ever.
This movie is bonerific.
It is a very important movie to me in the fact that like it was a right place, right time sort of movie that changed the trajectory of my life and how I tended to view life. Watching this movie basically made it possible to even relate to either of you two Ruds during the development of like Wayward, for instance. There's a lot of very similar. As I was watching this again this past week, I'm just like, especially the scene where like Dad's like, you can walk your own path, but it's not easy because you're the only one accountable for that. I'm just like, that's fucking Wayward. That's Wayward. What we did. That's what we did.
That's the thing.
Like this is what flipped the switch in my brain that got me to start thinking like this. And as such, it's an incredibly important movie to me. And I would say like it was kind of a joke, but also there's a truth to it in the fact that it was like, if you've watched this movie, you've seen a piece of my soul. In the same way that if you play Cypher, you will understand me in a way that most people generally don't. It's a piece of media that has kind of made me who I am. And I have a lot of appreciation for that. And I'm very, very glad that I enjoyed it just as much, if not more so, than I ever have before watching it again this week. It holds up.
That's good.
It holds up in my mind. Nobody will ever change my mind in terms of how much I personally love it. I can understand why people might not like it as much as I do, because again, I like it for extremely personal reasons. And if I don't give my favorite movies a 10 out of 10, then I don't know what movies I give a 10 out of 10. It's an incredibly subjective 10. There's flaws in this movie. There's things that I am not as much of a fan of in this movie, but that doesn't change the fact that this is one of the most important movies that I have personally experienced in the time that I experienced it. So don't let that hold you back from giving your own honest opinions, because you're not going to change my mind. I don't care if you like this movie. I just like this movie, and I wanted other people to see it.
I don't want to hurt Jared's feelings.
No, you're not. You're not going to.
Jeez, so, cry about this movie, Jared. What do I even give this?
This is one of my favorite movies of all time. 10 out of 10. Before we get to you, Steven, I'll just go over Jerry's stuff, because on the phone he told me he thought it was very sweet and he really liked it. He would give it a 7.5 out of 10, and he would be willing to round it to an 8. That's basically all he said. But he can probably talk about it next week. He also enjoyed the movie. Thank you, I actually thought, like, I legitimately thought when he was telling me, he's like, "Oh, I can't make it to the movie review. I'm sorry, because it's like your movie and stuff like that." I was like, "No, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's just a little bit of a bummer because I feel like I might need you in my corner to combat the runs." Yeah.
Hey,
but I'm pleasantly surprised that was not the case.
As angry with it as you thought we were.
I wasn't anticipating there being like a massive, like, hundreds of beavers, like, fiery debate, because like literally no matter what you said about this movie, it wouldn't matter to me, because I'm just like, I can totally see how you probably wouldn't enjoy a movie like this, but for me, it was a very personally important movie that did stuff to me. I feel like that's
Gingy.
It's not an exceptional, or it's my experience with this movie is an outlier experience, and I don't expect everybody to have that sort of impact, obviously. So as long as you didn't come into the debate saying that, like, just saying like this movie is shit and anybody who likes it is an idiot, then we were going to be fine.
Well, yeah.
I mean, so you don't want me to say that?
I shouldn't give it that kind of.
So
no, I mean,
that's my opinion. That was Jerry's opinion. Go for it.
I think overall, I'm very positive on this movie. There are definitely certain flaws on it, I would say, that kind of prevent it from being one of those, like, great movies I'm going to come back to time and time again. I think my big complaint on it is it starts very slow, and there's not a lot of, like, the really strong theme stuff that they have towards the end of all of this, like, passion and ambition and sort of, like, putting yourself out there and putting yourself into your work. That's not really relevant for the first, like, hour of the movie. You're just kind of sitting there looking at this, like, high school girl reading books, and then seeing that there's some guy's name in the book covers and things like that. And I'm not really too invested in their relationship necessarily as far as, like, the romance of it. I think them pushing, or like her being sort of pushed by his ambition, like, she sees how, like, kind of passionate he is about making violins by hand, and that sort of drives her to explore her writing ability and stuff like that. I think all that stuff is really, really cool. And there's a lot of very beautiful scenes. I think we've already talked about her talking to her parents, any scene with the old man, and then a lot of really just, like, pretty visual things. There's a lot of good stuff in here. I just wish they would have sort of focused more on her writing ambition earlier in the movie. I think they did a decent job of kind of doing her character of, like, oh, she's really into reading and translating things and all of that, but you never really got a sense that she wanted to write things of her own until she starts talking to him about what he's going to do in Italy, and then that sort of sparks her. I wish there would have been more sort of, like, conflict around that, within, like, inner conflict with her. That she's always been wanting to write things, but she's embarrassed about it, or for whatever reason she hasn't done it. I think that would have been a little bit stronger as far as, like, the overall story of this. In general, like, I think the movie's pretty good. It's not necessarily my favorite Studio Ghibli movie ever made, but I think a lot of the stuff that it explores I mean, it aligns with the stuff that we like of just ambition and passion and putting everything that you have into the work that you're doing and sort of ignoring everything else. I think that sort of stuff is really cool to see. I just don't really care for some of the extraneous things that are happening in the movie where I'm like, all right, well, her friend is in love with the baseball kid.
Yeah.
All right, I don't really care that much about that. It's mostly just like high school sort of romance drama for like, I would say even like 80% of the movie. But that 20% that I do like, I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I just wish there was a little bit more of like a balance between that sort of stuff. I would also say that like the ending of it, I was just like, I don't really care that they're getting married or anything. I would have rather them talk more about the ambition of, because that felt like towards the end, that felt like more the theme to me.
Yeah.
But they sort of didn't really drive that home at the ending of it as much. It was more of like, oh, we're just meant to be together because we're both passionate about these things, but it wasn't really about their creative work. It was just about each other. Which kind of felt a little weird.
Yeah.
But by God, lots of fucking beautiful ass scenes in this movie. I mean,
we didn't even talk about that at all.
The art
in
general, it's just so good. There's like no complaints really that I have with the art of the movie. Everything that they do is so freaking beautiful. Part of me wishes there was more of like the fantastical, like her story scenes, just because I really liked those very like detailed things that I was being shown.
Yeah.
Like not only like all those like floating islands and stuff that you first see, but that little like shopping district thing that that she was talking about. Like all the little details of like these weird like animal, half like human, half animal creatures, and there's these other like human things and stuff. It made me want more of that, which I think is sort of like kind of gearing towards her. It's more focused on like her like creativity and story and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily about the story that she's creating. It's about her.
Yeah.
But I do think it's funny that all of the imagery and things that you see in those sequences are the things that you see in all
the
like
marketing,
the posters and marketing,
so,
which are only like literally. We could probably time it, but I feel like it's only like
a couple minutes.
10 minutes.
I think it's even less than 10.
Movie. It's like a very small amount. Yeah. But I thought those were like really pretty scenes at the very least. And then goddamn the fucking sunrise scene made me come multiple times. I love that
you didn't
so
like
much.
you didn't like the sunrise at the end of the live action trailer?
Oh. You know, I think that you just pick with a camera and you have no. Just get your camera out.
Regardless of like my opinions on the overall story and stuff, I at least have no complaints on the visuals that were being fed to me. I think everything that they sort of did felt pretty nice, and like there's a lot of enjoyable moments in it. So overall, like I enjoyed the movie, but it's not my like most favorite thing.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be upset with watching it multiple times or anything like that. Like I've seen it like maybe once before, but I haven't seen it a lot. And I forgot basically everything about it because it was been so long.
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna give it around like a 7 out of 10. I think it's very strong in some aspects, but I think it sort of falls a little weaker on other parts. But in general, like I like it a lot. I just wouldn't put it as like a personal favorite necessarily.
That's understandable. I do agree with you that I just wish more stories explored the sort of themes that are explored in this movie. Because like
for sure,
maybe they can be explored to a much more deeper extent in certain movies and stuff. It's just like the message that I get from this movie is not something that I see in a lot of other media, especially media meant for like kids and things like that. I feel like this is such a great.
A lot of this stuff is good messaging for kids.
I feel like this I wish more kids movies had messages like this. You know, you just don't see it all that much. It's more of just like, don't lie and listen to your parents and like, okay. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is a very.
Do you see that poll? 3-way fucking tie.
A 3-way tie, and I voted on one of them. So
I didn't vote on any of them.
Oh well.
Andrew's turn.
Andrew, you're up.
Okay.
Make me cry.
I'm gonna be critical of this movie.
Whatever.
But mostly because I can see it being better.
Sure.
and it has nothing to do with the visuals. And I mean, there is some things with the music where I'm like, is that Aladdin's like carpet ride theme right now? You know, like, there were some times with the music that I enjoyed how they used sort of like some of the sounds from the Country Road to create some orchestral sound. That was nice. But they every once in a while it just dips too deep into trying to emulate Disney music, and that upsets me. It's weird hearing Western music styles in Ghibli movie, but so I don't think this is a very original movie, unfortunately. It's not actually tackling anything very unique. The only thing really unique about it is like, the setting. It's Tokyo, and these sorts of things are very uniquely Japanese, even though like the emotions are pretty universal. So I give it like a 3 for originality. I think it's not super creative, but I'll give it a 6 for creativity, because I think that the ability to show these sort of youthful memories, like everything is sort of nostalgia driven, like what it feels to be at home. And I think most of it's attributed to visuals, but a lot of the animation as well is trying to like give you the sense of you've been there before, you've seen this before, you've felt this before. I think that takes a genuine amount of creativity. There's not much. I know that there is a strong theme at the end, but that's not consistent throughout the movie. I give it a 3 for that, just because I think it's more about youth for most of the movie, but it even doesn't really like commit too hard to that. I think this could have been stronger if it was more about ambition and struggle and stuff from the beginning. So not a strong theme. Story is 4 out of 10. I think it's not a very strong story just because of its pace. It's mismanaged, it's disorganized, and I think because of that, it spreads you and the audience out too thin, and you find yourself dwelling too much on the dialogue because not much else is happening, and the dialogue doesn't really tell you what the motivations are, where anything is going. So story was not great. Presentation is a 9 out of 10. I mean, dude, my problem with Ghibli movies is I think I'm always bored watching Ghibli movies. The way I get bored if I've been at an art museum for too long, where from the start I'm like, holy shit, and I sit there and I'm glued on every scene, every animation, every bit of line work. I'm looking at even just enjoying the fact that I can see the shadow between the cells and the paintings, and I'm just like, I'm eating every
single time that people were like walking underneath trees and you see like the shadows of the leaves and the light pouring through. I'm just like, fuck off! That's so good.
They're painting every cell with animated light moving over them. I mean, fuck off.
Crazy.
So I think my problem with Ghibli movies is I think they're too good. I don't know if I don't know if I can actually enjoy them, because it feels disrespectful to not write like a SpongeBob my eyes over the surface of the screen. Because I feel like whenever I watch a movie like this, I hear Reed's voice saying, I just read read what's on the manga and then keep going, so it's really fast for me to read. And I think like how disrespectful for the amount of hours that went into these paintings for me to not just look. So I think I get overloaded with detail and information, and I think movies like this, I think I have to watch them more than once, so I feel like I've given the respect to the artwork, because it is enjoyable but also exhausting, so that I don't actually then pick up and appreciate the actual story that's happening. I think even so, I think the story is still not solid, but I think I'm distracted by how well it's presented, which is a unique problem for a movie to have. But I have this problem with every Ghibli movie, where I feel bored in the movie because I'm only just looking at pictures of artwork, and so I miss a little bit of the story from it. It's a weird problem that I have with Ghibli movies. So that, because of that, my entertainment's a 2 out of 10. I'm sorry. But my final score is a 4.5 out of 10.
Okay.
And I think it's higher. If I was just to tell you whether or not I enjoyed this movie, it's pretty low.
Yeah.
But like, is it a like movie that I think deserves a lot of respect? Undeniably. I think it could be so much better. I think this movie, if it were just like organized a little bit differently, and if it was made around Steven's point, a little bit more of the fantasy stuff in her imagination would, I think, enhance the youth side of the movie. That imagination of youth and what it's like to be daydreaming about stuff. And then that leading to her being distracted in school and things kind of falling apart. Like, go to the fantasy world and use that as a way to show that that's what's in her mind, and that's why she's not paying attention in class and falling asleep or like in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And then immediately use the Baron and stuff as like her escape from reality. I think there's a version of this that's so consistent and stronger that I think the emotions at the end would have stronger. But even so, like, again, because of the way it's presented, it's still it's gorgeous and it impacts me emotionally. So I have to give it something,
Yeah. Surprisingly, that does not. Nothing that you said has really surprised me. It's kind of what I expected, which.
Yeah. Again, this movie didn't make me mad. It didn't make me mad.
That's great. And Gingy, you're saying like you're on Team Andrew and what he said. I would definitely say that Whisper of the Heart is an outlier movie in the Studio Ghibli sort of catalog. It's different. Most of the Studio Ghibli movies that you'll find are a lot more fanciful, have a lot more of like a traditional plot to it. So I think I sent some recommendations. Castle in the Sky, Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke. Those are some pretty good starting points for like dipping your toes. If this is your first Studio Ghibli movie, you started with an
interesting one,
a different one, for sure.
Yeah. I would go to Mononoke or Spirited Away next, because Castle in the Sky also is a bit slow, and
it's a long one.
It's very slow at the beginning.
Castle in the Sky.
I think it also is. It's too soft for me for the drama that's happening.
I guess
the others that I think
I must have a specific taste then, because Castle in the Sky and Whisper of the Heart are vying for the #1 spot for me.
I like Castle in the Sky a lot, but I'll have to see #1.
I'm gonna have to go through them all again just to like, because it's been so long since I've seen most of them. Chronologically is not a bad way to do it, Gingy. If you were to do it chronologically, you would start with Nausicaa, then Castle in the Sky, then Totoro, then Grave of the Fireflies.
Ooh.
You got some bangers to go through. Yeah, Mononoke is a bit different. It's a lot more violence than your typical Ghibli movie, but it's like one of the classics. You know,
it's really
if you wanna dip your toes into Studio Ghibli, it's not. It's one of those few series that it's not that bad of an idea to just start with the classics. But
I would say like the quintessential, like even though Mononoke is my favorite one, I think the quintessential is Spirited Away.
Probably Spirited Away, yeah.
Like that's that's the one that most people think of when they think of Studio Ghibli.
Yeah.
And that is a very good movie as well.
Yeah.
Not necessarily my favorite, but it's very close between my favorites of those movies. So it's hard to pick sometimes. But it's definitely like, I think I like Mononoke, maybe Castle Sky would be my second one, and then Spirited Away. But pretty damn good.
Fuck, what do we do for a souvenir?
Oh,
there was a number of things.
There was.
We got Free Run. We've got Dolphin Tale.
Maybe we'll just do Free Run Feet.
Free Run Feet. Perfect.
It's not gonna be that hard to find. It's most scenes in the anime. I've never seen Howl's Moving Castle. One of these
Howl's
days.
Moving Castle.
Howl's Moving Castle is really good. I would also say that The Boy and the Heron actually like surprised me at how much I liked it.
Agree.
Pomo's hot take was that he thought it was mid.
It's pretty up there. I mean, that's just that's a Pomo take, so I disregard that immediately.
I think Boy and the Heron is poignant. So if you're looking for something that has a little bit of imagery, having meaning behind it,
wet with metaphors. It's
all metaphor, and it's very much deep Japanese history behind it. So,
but goddamn, it presents itself so.
It's presented really beautifully, and I think if those sorts of things, if history is meaningful to you, and like a sort of fantastic representation of that, and metaphor is something you're into, you'd like it.
Oh, Gingy, if you want to watch the most critically poorly rated ones, watch Tales of Earthsea first. That one.
Make your judgment on that studio purely based on that,
dude.
And then watch the
Earwig
and the Witch.
Yeah.
Work your way up from those two. If you survive those, then you can probably watch anything.
You can watch anything. I've still never seen Kiki's Delivery Service.
Kiki's Delivery Service is very good. I'd like to rewatch it though.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
That was a pretty aggressive jump scare right there.
But see, shots like this are important to the story and important to the character.
Well, yeah, her feet are important. Duh.
All right.
That's not fan art. That's a scene from the show.
It's time for the ever important wheel spin.
Oh yeah.
My goodness.
Steven, do you got one
on deck?
I have a few, but if it lands on me, I'm just gonna make a snap decision.
Right. Okay.
We're gonna wait 1 minute and 5 seconds for ads.
Okay, and this is
just for the movie itself. We'll spin it. If it hits chat, we'll spin the suggestions that they put into Discord, which are.
Do we have those?
The classics. We got Roka's Creep, Mastiff's Lucky Number Slevin, Gingy Beard, you guys, Hot Fuzz, and then Diesel's Nosferatu.
Okay.
I believe that covers all of the ones that we've been getting pretty regularly.
I think so, yeah.
That's good.
So we got 35 seconds to appreciate Freeren's feet.
Keep on staring. They are all bangers. I
have a list of things in my head, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what to pick.
You might, if you get hit by you might have to do.
I'm just gonna be like, all right, this one, whatever one I think of first, I guess.
Don't forget, we also discovered last spring screening that Jerry has not seen Holes, so that was also there.
Oh my goodness!
As much as I love Holes, I don't know if
do you make it a discussion spring screening movie? That's a good call.
I don't know, because it would just be me gushing about Shia
LaBeouf. Comes through the lips, look out stomach. Here we go.
Boats.
What up, Boats? Oh, he's catching up with the Donnie Darko bod. It's chat time!
All right, y'all ready for this?
Shit.
If anyone would like to increase their size on the wedge, it will cost 10,000 J-Coons, but you can do it.
Now is the time.
Boats, are you in on this right now?
Tiny wheel. Boats, do you have a suggestion that you would like to add?
Or if anyone else in chat has a suggestion, just let us know right now.
Don't got a suggestion?
You don't got a suggestion. Okay.
Oh, Diesel increased his.
And his was Nosferatu?
Yes. Advanced mode, go.
But I have 30k. Well, that's...
Boink.
That's good.
+1 for
Nosferatu. Well, I actually have not seen S. Darko. So I wouldn't know.
I have not either. I think we thought about it and then we heard it was bad or something.
All right. I'm seeing just one increase on the wedge.
That's it.
All right.
Spin him up.
3, 2, 1. I'm sorry if you lose, Diesel.
I've seen all of these except for Creep.
You win, Nosferatu. Diesel. It's Nosferatu.
You would hope that you win when you're the only one that increased. I have not seen Nosferatu.
I have not either. Congratulations, Diesel.
I will watch it again. I saw it in theaters.
I have a feeling Jerry hasn't seen it.
Probably not. Either way, like the fact that you two haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm.
That's already good enough.
That's all that matters.
Welcome back.
Willem Dafoe in it.
Excellent.
It has Willem Dafoe?
Does it have Willem the Dick?
No, other people's dick though.
Okay, that's what I've heard.
Oh, it's got peens. Okay, good.
Someone hangs dong. All right. Nosferatu, I got to make a date night with the GF. I just did one. I'm so sorry that you have to spend time with your significant other.
Female.
Yeah,
just make sure you get that
like Johnny Depp. His daughter's in this, so.
Johnny Depp.
Also, what's his name? Whatever Skarsgård, who played Pennywise, is also in this.
Oh, Bill Skarsgård?
Bill Skarsgård, yeah. I couldn't remember which one.
Great to watch in theaters. P's and T's. Oh, you're getting my hopes up, Gingy.
There are some P's and T's. There's something for everyone.
Do they got some G's?
Oh my goodness! Look at all the Freeren feet.
Yeah, I think there's some in there. I don't think
there's a very full Google search
to it, but
no feet, no grips. Damn, no tootsies.
No vampire feet.
No toe beans.
Oosh. Gross.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if my opinion on it changes after a second viewing.
Okay.
But I'm interested to watch it a second time.
There we go.
This will be. I enjoy getting to see newer movies. When
you hate this Memento so much. Well, nobody suggested anything else, Pomo.
No, that's the Memento. That sticks. With
I refuse to make the Memento a screen grab of the live action. So at least censor her grippers a bit. I'm sorry, they're too explicit for you. All right. We didn't even go on a tangent of your guys' family vacation. We'll have to do that tomorrow.
I know.
Oh, yeah, right. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Well, Jerry won't be here tomorrow either, right?
Jerry won't be here tomorrow, but we are going to be continuing
Pokemon Emerald.
Our Pokemon Cabbage Green.
Cabbage Green.
Randomizer Nuzlocke Challenge. What, we have 3 badges right now? We're going for the 4th one, I think.
We're going for Mauville next.
Mauville. Ooh, baby.
Scary.
Cuckermon. Cucker P will never leave the cuck box.
We haven't even done the rival fight on the way up to Mauville yet.
We have. We've gotten to Mauville. We've gotten the bike. We did a bunch of training.
Right, we went to the game corner and stuff, but we just haven't gone to the gym yet.
What did we pick up in the Mauville routes? It was something that we switched out for.
A Vileplume.
A Vileplume and a
Bagon.
Bagon, yeah.
Bagon.
We got Emigan
Biggins. Emigan Biggins. That's what it was. I was like, there was something that I really liked that we got.
Yeah, we've got Emigan Biggins, and I forget what we named the Vileplume.
We're on the ups. We named it. Opa Manco Manco Tinko. OMMC.
Yep. Classic.
So it was an uncharacteristically positive experience last time we played. We'll see what sort of horrors that we encounter next week as we go into the next gym.
We'll see if the graveyard increases.
I promised Jerry that we wouldn't lose too many Pokemon, but I didn't say 0, so we'll see how it goes.
We'll probably lose something.
We're gonna go on our way to Rook, who is coincidentally playing a Mario-themed Pokemon mod. So we will be joining him. So until tomorrow, love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch. Bye-bye.